Hello and welcome everybody to episode 152 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name's Dan, and I'm doing that bit at the very beginning of the show where I introduce you all to the kind of core concept of what we are, what we're about, and what we hope to be. Much like... Phil?
Oh, I am here, yes. Yes, I guess I am. Maybe much like that. I'm a bit perplexed. I actually thought we were going to go straight into a segment, but you're not. You're doing the intro. So, hello, everyone.
Hello, Phil. What I was trying to do with what I was saying, but got derailed from, was I was attempting to say that we aspire to be just like you, mate. That's what I was effectively trying to do.
I mean, everyone wants a beard like mine.
I would love to be able to grow myself a beautiful beard such as yourselves, but unfortunately I'm unable to. I have not the masculine powers that you possess.
I know, because a lot of people, especially ladies, if they have curly hair, they desire straight hair. And if they've got straight hair, they desire curly hair. But no one with a full beard wants to have one of those like patchy faces that can't grow a full beard. It's always in the direction of the beard is what I'm saying. That's
true. That's true. I am an inferior male specimen. All hail, Phil. All hail. Anyway, there we go. On the topic of inferior male specimens, why don't we talk about what we're talking about in this episode of Look Out Sir? Not exactly. That we are casting aspersions on any particular individuals.
Well, I am. The most inferior of male specimens, ABADDON. That is who we're talking about. Ooh, annoy those Chaos players. I'm sorry. So we're talking about Book 1 of the Arks of Omen series. The lore segment is what it's going to be. We're chatting through the storyline and giving it I would say a grade A rating from, A to D. We don't do that. We just talk about it and then discuss it in general. So there's that segment. And then we're also going to be talking about 10th edition and like some kind of like news bulletin style update. News.
Indeed. Doing our very best to speculate on what the heck is going on with 10th edition and what it might mean for us in the future. But all I can say for certain in this moment, the future holds. Words. 5-star review.
Hang on a second, what is this? Some kind of review? A 5-star review? Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this Warhammer 5-star review.
This week's 5-star review comes... Where do you think, Phil? As in, where does it come from, Phil? Where, Phil? Where?
Yeah,
Where?
I'm going to say Apple Podcasts of America.
You are quite wrong, Philip, of course.
I'm always wrong. Yes.
Bimbling fool. It is coming via the ways of Facebook, Phil, which if you were paying attention last time, you would have known I said I was going to pick a Facebook one.
Right, I'm not paying attention. That's my problem.
That is it, mate. You don't keep up to speed with our own continuity. That's your issue.
I know. I need we can hire someone to be our kind of continuity editor to keep us in line. That's what we need.
I do get that in messages sometimes, just to say briefly that sometimes someone will point out to me, I heard this and laughed because it sounded like something you said in the podcast. And I was like, did I say that? I had literally no recollection.
Oh, yes. Pretty much every time we get a comment, they are lovely comments, but they do reference a joke or something that we've said from either last week's podcast or maybe an older one. But even last week's one, I'm like, I've no recollection of ever saying this thing, but obviously I did. Or you
Raises
did.
The question, doesn't it, Phil? Does history even exist?
Exactly. It's all Mandela effects. What we put out is not what our listeners hear because we flip between universes, obviously. That's how it works.
Yes, that's it. In a perpetual struggle against all things, most of all reality. Much like this 5-star review, which was given to us by Hugo, surname withheld, on our Facebook page. Thank you, Hugo, It's very kind of you to leave us a 5-star review, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to be like Hugo and be having your surname withheld, why not leave us a 5-star review on Facebook? Or maybe, if you've got some kind of clever pretend name, you can leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or perchance Audible or other places where 5-star reviews are available. Do it, and eventually you will find yourself here amongst the 5-star review segment, you lovely people. Additionally, if you're not content with just leaving us a 5-star review and you wish to do more, why not consider being one of our patrons? Our patrons are amazing. We occasionally, now and again, supposed to be once a month, do an exclusive piece of Patreon content. We just put out an Age of Sigmar video, didn't we, Phil? Didn't we?
We did. It was like an hour and a half long. Well, it's a big one.
I don't think they'll all be like
well.
that. I don't think they'll all be like that. I think I learned from our mistakes on that one. I was like, ooh, I can't be doing that on the regular, especially with video. It's a whole thing. But we'll definitely put something up there. You know, maybe more towards a half-hour length, though, moving forwards.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. But yeah, we did that one recently. That took a while to do. But yeah, we'll be on it for this month and get another video or audio format, something rather sorted out for our lovely supporters.
There you go. Are you going to get that done, Phil?
Yes.
Anyway, yes, Patreon. Thank you very much for everyone who supports us on Patreon. Don't feel like you have to, but if you'd like to, it's there. So you know how that works. The merchandise as well. Shilling done. There are links in the description. Just look at those. Let's get on with the 5-star review via Hugo of Facebook fame. Thoroughly enjoying the show, lads. I don't play competitively in the slightest, but somehow listening to you pair drivelling on about the complexities and contradictions. There you go. That's my dyslexia showing itself there. Contradictions. Didn't even have an A in it. I don't even know.
I mean, I prefer that word. We should make that the new standard.
Exactly. The contradictions of codexes to armies I will never play is soothing my soul. Hearing Phil battle through the different custody stances was truly a marvel. Great work. And to put it in context, Phil, this review was left in February of 2022, which is why the custodies statements were far more contextually relevant. But obviously, thank you, Hugo, for your 5-star review. We really appreciate it. Apologies it took us so long to get around to it. One of the pitfalls of doing this fortnightly now is that it takes a little while longer for us to get into the backlog. But we stride to continue to address all 5-star reviews. As me and Phil have often said, as long as there are 5-star reviews to be spoken of, we will continue on. That is the social, not legally binding contract between us and our listeners.
Exactly. The well is not yet dry, but
Exactly.
that doesn't mean you can't leave us a 5-star review.
Exactly. Phil, please say thank you to Hugo, and we'll move on to whatever it is we're doing next.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Hugo. It's always nice to have support and feedback and have a nice review, even on the Facebooks, the lesser child of all the 5-star review places. So it's very much appreciated. Even though you don't do competitive, we really appreciate the fact that you still enjoy listening to our show. And why wouldn't you? Because we're not really competitive either, but we do drivel on about those codexes and the Qatars of the Custodies, which was fun. And I have to say, I still can't get my head around those ones. But it's still fun, right? It's still fun. Anyway,
Make poses with me. Ah, yeah.
Exactly. Karate chop. Ah.
Exactly. God bless those Qatars and their various stances. I am in Randax. What does that mean? Now I am in... The only one I ever remember is Rendex or Randax or whatever it's called. That's the one that people say on the regular.
Yeah, I did. I actually had a game of... This is a slight diversion. I actually had a game of 40k last week where I played...
Me, Phil?
Without you. My friend George from Oxford came up and I couldn't really be bothered to get my guard out my case. So I decided I'll do some Marines. But in that Marine case was also my Thunder Warriors, counts as Custodies, Obviously still not painted, but I was like, oh, I wonder how many points of Custodes I could play. So I did a little mixed detachment as part of Arks of Omen. So I played them, didn't use the stances, because technically you don't get them in an allies detachment anyway, but I was also like, this will be far too complicated to remember. And I did afterwards read through the stance rules to try and understand it again, and I still couldn't understand it. So yeah, hopefully they won't be around in the next edition.
No, let's hope not. But what will be around next
Will be us.
will be us. Transitional noise. Never let it be said that we here on the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast are not above chasing a trend. And if the numbers are to be believed, 40k 10th edition is rather popular because the last episode of Lookout Sir is easily one of the best performing podcast episodes we've ever released, Phil. Believe it or not.
Ever?
Yeah, it's already one of the most downloaded episodes we've ever done.
Unbelievable. Does that mean rather than leading with the thumbnail of Arks of Omen ABADDON, that I pretty much already have lined up from many weeks ago, we're instead going to have to do some kind of like 10th edition news update as the main title?
Probably in the title, yeah. You can do the thumbnail any which way you want because that'll go on YouTube and no one gives a bum about our YouTube.
That is true.
Because, you know, the thing is with YouTube is what we do isn't good YouTube content because people look at it and go, good golly, that is a lot of hours of waffling and no kind of visual stimuli to keep it interesting.
I know. Shout out to everyone that does listen over on the YouTubes. I believe there's consistently 50 to 100 people. Which
Exactly.
Is pretty impressive. I'm surprised they haven't migrated across to the podcast variant, but you know, well done for sticking in there and leaving us for comments. It's always appreciated.
Yeah, no, really, really appreciate it. Obviously, thank you everyone who is listening to us on YouTube. Thanks to all of you who are listening in general, and obviously welcome to any new listeners that have decided to stick around off the back of the last episode, because it's only logical that some of you have discovered us for the first time, given the relative success of that last episode.
Exactly. You discovered you're a glutton for punishment by listening to us for a good 5 to 6 hours. So we'll try our best to do the same this time.
Exactly. Although it won't be nearly that long this episode.
No.
But, well, it depends on whether they drop the balanced data slate this week and we have to scramble at the last minute to talk about it.
I assume not, because they did the AOS Meta Watch this week, and I would assume they would alternate weeks, but who knows? Who knows what they would do? They might surprise us.
Who can say for sure? But anyway, all speculation aside, we're going to talk about 10th edition, which I suppose is itself a process in speculation. Since we did our initial first reaction to the fact that 10th edition exists and or is coming in this summer of 2023, various things have been revealed, and we wanted to go through them and kind of update you, the listener, on the latest and greatest that is 10th edition as of the week commencing whatever the Monday was of this week. But basically, yes, the date that this episode is going out into the world is Saturday, the 8th of April. So effectively, this is as up to date as we can hope to make it based on that date. So obviously, things that happen after Saturday the 8th, or more accurately, Thursday the 6th, which is when we're recording this, will be documented in future episodes and or instances. But yeah, I mean, obviously, a couple of weeks into it, Phil, how are we feeling about 10th edition? You still fairly hyped for it after everything that you've seen?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited still. It's in that weird stage where they're drip feeding a small amount of content, which can either lead to confusion or incorrect speculation because we don't know the wider rule set and how things work. And they're sort of teasing us with a few things, but who knows which direction the game's going to actually go in.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that we're going to try and be really cautious about in this communication here, because ultimately, obviously, myself and Phil have been around the bush a bit when it comes to Warhammer 40,000 in all its various forms. And I think we are relatively well qualified to make some assertions about what would be happening based on historical precedent and or our general kind of interpretation of Games Workshop Warhammer as a company and or rules writing team. But at the same time, we will be very careful not to get too speculative, just given the fact that a lot of that is not necessarily going to be useful for anyone, not least ourselves.
Oh, can we not run around like headless chickens and make clickbait titles like Games Workshop blows up 40k or End Times? That was the famous one from, I think, 8th edition. 40k is going to be End Times like AOS, which it, didn't happen, surprisingly.
Indeed. I mean, we can absolutely do that, Phil, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we will deliver on those promises as and when we do this.
That's true. But we can welcome in the warm embrace those players that joined in 9th edition that have never yet to experience a changeover of editions where they can quite often get rules wrong because they're still remembering rules from 9th edition and haven't quite learned all the changes from 9th and 10th. That is a common mistake that players do between editions, no matter how seasoned a player you are. Even we will do it. And the longer you have lived through many editions, the more of that still sits in your head and confuses you when you're thinking about rules.
It is a perplexing process, that is for sure. But yes, for those of you who are now transitioning into a new edition for the first time ever, exciting times ahead. For those of us who have been through this a few times over, I guess it's all the same old stuff again. But look, I mean, overall, I'm excited for 10th edition still. I remain really optimistic about it. I've got some concerns, and I'm not above talking about that. So we will probably conclude this segment with concerns. So in terms of the running order of this, we're just going to go through the various things that they've confirmed, talk about some of the data sheets that they've released and all of the rules and things that they've been drip feeding out there. And then ultimately we'll conclude with our general kind of thoughts and feelings. Both myself and Phil have already sort of spoken before this and identified to ourselves the sorts of things that we're concerned about, but also the sorts of things that we're optimistic about. So we'll try and keep it balanced and go through those variables. So let's quickly get back into the Warhammer community updates that have been supplied. So first things first, just to re-clarify, the article released on the 27th of March, 2023. What does simplified, not simple mean for the new edition of Warhammer 40,000? Now, this isn't something that we need to really kind of pull any particular details out of, because ultimately, just to reiterate, this is the design philosophy behind Warhammer 40,000 10th edition. And it is clear to see from everything that we have seen thus far that they are holding very true to that ideology. However, it is fair to say and evident based on what we're seeing up to this point that it certainly isn't simple. And it's open to interpretation how well you think they will be succeeding at achieving simplification. I mean, Phil, where's your thoughts and feelings at in terms of what you're seeing thus far in terms of how well it simplifies the offering that is Warhammer 40,000?
I think the game itself will probably be not as complex, but almost as complex as it currently is. I think when they say simplified, they mean the structure and the ease of learning the game, as well as digesting that information. So you look at the layout of the new data sheets, they're much more streamlined, they make a lot more sense. They've gotten rid of a lot of the maths, so the modifiers for weapons, strength, for example, that's all been rolled into like a round number now, so you don't need to do any of that kind of micro maths. Things like that. I suspect what they're doing is they're moving the complexity about, like they did from 7th to 8th edition. A lot of the complexity was in the core rules. It was a massive tome of core rules, had things like rules specifically for monsters, for vehicles, for firing arcs, universal special rules, which is something we'll be talking about a lot this episode. And then what they did is they took a lot of those rules out of the core rules. So the initial 8th edition rules was 4 pages long, but a lot of that complexity got shifted to the data sheets and subsequently the codex, like the army special rules. And I feel like now what they're doing is they're going to be shifting a lot of those army special rules and stratagems back to, say, the data sheets. So when we look at the Terminators, they've clearly got some abilities that could have been stratagems in the past that are now baked onto their data sheet. And then with the universal special rules coming back, a lot of those kind of micro weapon profiles and stuff that would be like generic abilities that were written on the profile. So for example, a flamer, it always says on that profile, oh, you auto hit, basically. That is now becoming a flamer keyword. So that's going back to the core rules in the form of universal special rules. So there's a lot of juggling around basically in terms of where the complexity is going to be, but it's still in the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think also as well, stratagems and or abilities are being really heavily overhauled as well, which is going to be really valuable. I was always really confused during the early years of 8th edition as towards what the decision or criteria was for whether something was a stratagem or an ability. And it really seemed to just vary based on the designer's kind of own kind of philosophy, I suppose. So one of the things that was really interesting about 8th edition, and I would often use the Hemlock as an example of this, the Hemlock versus Deathwing Knights really used to be the two that I looked at, which was that back in 8th edition, the Hemlock, when it first came out, had loads of advantages. It was a psyker, it was a flyer, it was able to give off an aura that reduced leadership. It just had a lot of rules going in its favor. It had 6-up, feel no pain, because of the spirit stones and so on and so forth. So it had all these like abilities baked into its data sheet. In fact, the Hemlock pretty much didn't have, to the best of my recollection, any Hemlock specific stratagems. Everything was just on the data sheet. However, a Deathwing Knight unit in 7th edition, for example, had the ability of standing in base-to-base contact with each other, and when so doing, got an additional buff to their toughness. So they became more resilient because the rule as it was in 7th edition was called Shield Wall, and the idea was that if a unit of Deathwing Knights were closely linked in base-to-base contact, they essentially would shield each other from potential damage, thus increasing their toughness. And that, for some reason, was taken off their data sheet in 8th edition and put into a stratagem. So it always felt really weirdly disconnected as towards when Games Workshop would say, this thing that feels like it's an innate ability for that unit specifically can become a stratagem, and when that unit just gets all of its abilities because it does. And I felt like it was always a little bit kind of, not mismanaged, but just inconsistent in those instances. And I'm sure all of you out there have tens, if not potentially hundreds of examples of those oddities in your own experiences with your own armies of rules that might have used to have been on data sheets in previous editions that were moved into stratagems, or units that just did not seemingly have any of its stuff moved into stratagems, which was awfully strange. So yeah, that was the only real thing with me and that. And it feels like now we're moving into a situation where a lot of stuff that has now been or could have been categorized as a stratagem before is now being put into data sheets, and that seemingly reduces complexity because ultimately you now understand what that squad is capable of doing. It has effectively a ability that kind of functions almost like as a reaction, which is very in line with what stratagems kind of are, but at the same time it at least simplifies it in the sense that you're never necessarily needing to kind of not remember or not be aware of the fact that ability exists, because it's very in your face. It's not one of those things that you could forget having because it's hidden somewhere in a pile of stratagems. It's just on the data sheet.
Yeah, so I think they've said every army will have 6 stratagems, plus I think 3 for heroes and characters, and then the generic kind of core book stratagems. And we've already seen one of those core stratagems previewed when it came to the Terminators data sheets. So it seems like there's going to be more there. What I hope is that the sort of generic army stratagems are going to be kind of universal to any unit, and they're not going to necessarily be sort of unit specific. So out of your 6 stratagems, one of them isn't just going to relate to, say, Terminators, which you might not have in your army. Hopefully it'll be stuff that can apply to at least most of your army. Some might be specific to infantry versus vehicles. That would be fine. And it feels like a lot of those things that were once stratagems for a specific unit is now just going to be baked into the data sheet. That might not be the case in all instances, but it feels like that's the design philosophy direction that they're moving in.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing with this whole kind of overarching statement, right? Simplified, not simple. Definitely doesn't feel simple, but certainly as long-time players of the game, it does start to feel simplified. And that is a big win, right? And I think where we're really going to start to see the benefits of that isn't really for like new players playing their first game. If anything, this is more complex for new players playing their first games, right? So if you're getting into this hobby now, having gone back to universal special rules, having gone back to some of those kind of, complexities, I suppose, you will effectively create a little bit more of a barrier to entry for newer players. But the aspiration is that if you like it and you stick with it, the overarching experience will be positive, because ultimately we're now in a scenario where there is less opportunity for ambiguity, and that ambiguity is where a lot of the kind of feel bad moments happen. At the end of the day, you will now know what Deep Strike can achieve because you yourself will have access to that same rule, and it is constructed in the same way for everyone, which essentially leads to a kind of consistent, quality of output, I suppose, in the sense that you can't be bamboozled by your opponent having a slightly different version of that rule, which does all too often happen, I find.
Yeah, so with the universal special rules, it should, in theory, make it easier to explain to your opponent in a very succinct way what abilities weapons have, or maybe, keyworded to just abilities in the case of things like Deep Strike. So some of the things they've previewed that don't exist in 9th edition was I think Torrent and ignores cover. Definitely ignores cover. I think Torrent was in there as well as part of the flamer weapon keyword, and things like rapid fire have changed slightly as well in terms of how that works. So it's a lot easier to explain to your opponent, oh yeah, this gun has ignore cover, for example. This one does, this unit does Deep Strike. You can quickly rattle those abilities off, and your opponent should have a good grasp of what those things do. Now, you do need to read those sections in the Universal Special Rules to understand it. And when I was learning the new edition of Horus Heresy, quite often you'd be reading through the weapon profiles, but then you'd obviously have to go back through the Universal Special Rules list, which was a very large list as well. I presume this 40k one's going to be a lot more streamlined. So you do need to get through them. But once you've learned what they are, I think the game opens up in terms of ease of access. As you say, rather than trying to have to explain these weird niche mechanics like, oh, well, on a 4+ to wound, this does a mortal wound. It now might be like a rend, for example, word for Universal Special Rules, because that's what previous Universal Special Rules used to do. Yeah. So I think that's a good barrier to entry. I think in terms of stratagems, it will be easier to pick up, because now you'll have your detachment. You've just got your 6 stratagems in front of you. That's a lot more straightforward to understand for your army. However, I think in terms of your opponents, the complexity is actually still there, because it sounds like there's going to be multiple different types of detachments, and each one's going to have its own set of stratagems. So there will still be potentially hundreds of stratagems in the game if they do faction-specific ones down the line once the codexes come out. So as a competitive player, trying to learn all the variable options that your opponent could do in terms of stratagems, there'd be a lot throughout the entire game, but each detachment will only have 6.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
And it's also obviously said that the rules for each army will be presented on one sheet, and obviously those stratagems will reside in kind of one place. So even if you're playing in a tournament setting, say for example you're playing Harlequins and you've not played Harlequins before, and you're going, goodness gracious, what do Harlequins do? You can, in theory, assuming you've got access to the rules and that one sheet, you can, in theory, between games, swat up quite quickly on what the general idea of Harlequins is, right? And it's not very difficult to access because it's not, spread out across multiple pages. It's just very simply accessible through one, maybe two sheets. And you can kind of quickly get a grasp of, okay, these are the core mechanics and these are the 6 stratagems that I'm coming up against. So I agree that it's not overly great for those people still wishing to have a grasp of every rule all of the time. But I think given the relative streamlined nature of it, it is quite easy for you to keep tabs on what your opponent is doing, to understand what their options are, and to manage those expectations in the game without too much aggro. The problem always is with the system as it is currently is it is just impossible for you to know everything, and you just accept that and go into the game and just accept that your opponent can say pretty much anything they want to you. And unless you're really feeling especially argumentative, you tend just to let them get away with it because you're like, oh yeah, why would they lie? And that can create some feel bad moments when you come away from the games and go, hang on a second here. Turns out all of that was wrong. Oh God. And then it's but obviously now it's good in that sense, but it's also really good for you as a player because it's so much easier for you to learn all your gimmicks and know all your stuff because it's, 6 stratagems is not particularly hard to remember. Right?
That's the thing. I think someone that plays on a regular basis will probably only build an army list knowing they need about 5 or 6 stratagems anyway, because there's normally the good ones and they're the ones that you're going to pick. You will know that, yes, on a really niche circumstance, oh yes, there's this really obscure one that I might need to use, but predominantly you'll be like, these are the 6 that I need. So for those people, probably doesn't make a difference when it comes to actually playing the game. However, when it comes to army construction, when you're actually trying to work out how you're going to build your army, what mechanics and strategy and tactics you actually want to use, rather than having to wade through 20 stratagems to work out what's good, what combos and synergies actually are effective, you'll hopefully just have 6 really good stratagems. And so the ease of getting into the game, the ease of army list building is going to be way better in the new edition than it currently is. So that's a real positive.
Totally. And when it comes to mustering your army, they have now released an article on the 30th of March, 2023, how army building works in the new edition of Warhammer 40,000, which essentially goes over the steps around constructing army lists. So first and foremost, you will agree a battle size. Agreeing a battle size is pretty commonplace. Essentially, you are now going to obviously be working between Incursion, which is up to 1,000 points, Strike Force, which is up to 2,000 points, and Onslaught, which is up to 3,000 points. Ultimately, they state that any size of game is still possible. So if you wanted to play 500 points, that is still possible within this rule set. It's not that they're kind of rigidly locking you into those numeral values and that you have to achieve that and nothing else. So theoretically, if you wanted to play a 1750 game, that would still probably take place within a Strike Force 2,000 point limit, because obviously it's more than the Incursion 1,000 points, but you've agreed with your opponent to play 1750, so that's still going to be there, right? Like, there's no reason why you as a player has to stick to the 2,000 points, nothing else rule.
Yes,
you can still tweak it as you want to.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it's presented, because in the past it always used to be like within a range. So if you were actually to do 2,001 points, technically you'd be doing Onslaught.
Yeah.
It's just if you all go, we want more CP, we do Onslaught, so we do 1 point extra technically. This is how we can do it. I assume that's not the case now. It feels more like up to 2,000. I don't know. Yeah, you're almost like up to that you would do Strike Force. Yeah, at what point do you switch to Onslaught? But I think
500.
Yeah, exactly. I think most people know that if you're only slightly over, stick with your current game. What's interesting is they basically said it's not really optimized for 500 points, which is actually odd because they're still saying boarding actions, which is 500 points, if I'm not mistaken, is like still doable, still playable. But maybe they mean not boarding actions, because obviously that's got its own sort of neat set
so boarding
of
actions,
custom rules.
Boarding actions is completely optimized for 500 points. That's the whole point of it. It's built around 500 points. So if you wanted to play at 500 points, play boarding actions. You want to play something between boarding actions and 1,000 points, play combat patrols. And then if you want to play 1,000 points, play 1,000 points. That seems logical, right? And then,
yeah, it feels like the combat patrol game that they've announced is their light version of the game. So yeah, anything under 1,000 should really be combat patrols or boarding actions in theory.
Yeah, totally. But again, one of the interesting things actually is that power level is now completely gone. So it's all points all the time. Power level, turns out, wasn't very popular.
Well, I will counter that and say we're kind of playing power level now because most war gear for a lot of factions is free, which is pretty much power level, right?
Well, of course, right? You're not wrong, right? Like, so obviously now if we're just moving into a system where points and is incorporated into an almost power level type structure, it's, yeah, essentially the same thing. I suppose what's good and hopefully will remain the case is that we'll still have points-based flexibility in kind of unit sizes. One of the things that was always really interesting when playing Age of Sigmar was it was basically this unit is free, or it could be 6, or it could be 9. That's it. It was all basically denominations of free, whereas 40k does allow you to go, this unit has 5 models in it, unless you want 6, in which case it's, 20 points per model rather than 60 points per 3 models or whatever it was, or 100 points per 5, or however it works. And you only could buy them in those, in those variables. So hopefully they still incorporate some of those elements into it. But you are right, Phil. Obviously, power level is still essentially, if it's structured the right way, it will feel quite similar. But, I think power level was one of those weird things where obviously, one, it was an extra load of stuff that Games Workshop needed to maintain. And two, my experience, and again, this is just my experience, power level just wasn't that popular. I can't really think of, outside of that Crusade event that we did, I can't think of too many instances where I've agreed to play power level with anyone.
No, that's true. Well, I assume it's aimed at the entry-level beginner people wanting to just get on and play a game. And I guess early doors, before any of the apps or Battlescribe had caught up, power level is a much easier way to write a list. So it makes sense from that point of view to do power level. I guess now they've got Combat Patrol, which is it's sort of like you just buy a box, you don't need to worry about army construction. So there's that entry-level mechanic there. Potentially now, points has been simplified where, yes, your units cost points, there'd be a model per point option. Big weapons, like maybe turret weapons on a tank or something, will have different points values between them. But, the low level weapons, special weapons in a unit, for example, might all be for free, which also makes it easier in terms of list building. Like if you have to do list building in an Excel spreadsheet or on a piece of paper, tossing up, 5 points here and there, 2 points wherever for like little upgrades is quite time consuming and boring. Although a lot of people do like that kind of crunchy mechanical element to it to try and optimize their army. But in a way, a lot, just going, oh yeah, it's all free. Just do what you want for those things. And then the big things that matter will have points that can then be tweaked and changed. And points do need to be in the game, especially for like trying to balance it and stuff like that. So it does make sense to that. So it feels like when they say power level's gone, it's a bit really of a halfway house, potentially, if they're taking that philosophy that they've done for like Space Marines and Astra Militarum, where they're giving people free war gear. But maybe that will go and they go back to that kind of granular level.
Totally. And I mean, on the topic of army rosters as well, they do specify that, obviously the next step of mustering your army is creating your army roster. They're saying that there will be downloadable, printable roster sheets from Warhammer Community. You can also use the upcoming Warhammer 40,000 app. I hope that isn't as terrible as the current Warhammer 40,000 app, but I will not be overly optimistic.
Let's also hope it actually comes out at launch and not several months later.
Well, I'm still waiting for my Crusade rules for the 9th edition 40k.
Here's the thing: you're not, but I am.
No, I know. Well, I'm waiting for it because it was one of the promised features of the thing.
I know, that is true.
Oh, it's fine though. They could just, anyway. So, army rosters, yes, that's a thing. And then essentially you get into choosing a faction. So, this step hasn't changed. Pick your favorite army and prepare for battle. Note that it is quite rare to pick allies in most game modes. It assumed that your force will be drawn from a single faction. However, if you want to play larger games representing combined forces of, say, an Imperium Indomitus Crusade fleet, you absolutely can in a casual setting. So this is really interesting. They are essentially saying that they're doing away with allies, at least in the initial instance. Obviously, they could change their mind down the road and add new detachments to fix that in the future. But out of the gate, it sounds like we are going back to pick an army, that's your army, nothing else gets added.
Yeah, I think most people want that, especially from a kind of more competitive setting anyway. But you say, so this is all the generic core rulebook way to play. GT packs will no doubt come down the line, maybe even, campaign books and stuff like that. And I'm sure they'll have their own special twist on army construction, just like how they do now with the Arks of Omen detachment that exists in the latest GT pack. So yeah, that they could definitely add in allies down the line. It does make sense from a balance point of view out the gate, especially if they're doing indexes for everything, to restrict everything to mono faction. And then, casual settings for people who do want to do more narrative stuff. Go wild and crazy.
Indeed. I like it. I always remember going into the local Games Workshop when 6th edition was announced and the store manager saying to me something to the effect of, "Look, Dan, look, isn't it exciting? We're putting allies back in the game." And I was like, no, it's not exciting because they will definitely break the game. And sure enough, allies have pretty much consistently been, or have over time been, pretty consistently bad for the overall health of the game in the competitive sense. Obviously amazing in the casual setting and wonderful for people who want to express a certain style of army. At the end of the day, I 100% encourage anyone to paint up a bunch of guardsmen in grey and blue coloured armour and overalls and say that they're part of the Ultramars Sector Planetary Defence Force and add them to an Ultramarines army and have a beautiful themed thing. By all means do that, but at the same time, it always just never works the way they obviously would want it to in the competitive setting. So I'm really happy that they're at least saying as a statement of intent that that's not going to be something going forwards. The next thing is detachment rules. So this is super interesting. So essentially, as they say in the article, here's where the differences begin to show themselves. Instead of choosing a sub-faction or constructing your own, you now choose a single set of detachment rules for your whole army. These include special abilities, enhancements, stratagems, and unit restrictions, which is super interesting. So for instance, you might be playing as the Galatus Task Force of the Adeptus Astartes. Your faction gives you the Oaths of Moment army rule, which they haven't revealed just yet, unless you're... Have they revealed our...
No, they haven't talked about it yet.
No.
Obviously, Oaths of Moment is a rule that currently exists in the game.
It is. Well, it's a secondary objective, isn't it? The Oaths of Moment. It's the one where you have to be in the center of the board. You have to have killed a vehicle, a monster, or a character, and you have to have not failed.
Isn't there an Ultramarine specific one that's very similar to that? Maybe it's not called Arks of Omen then. I'm thinking about where you select a unit and you can like re-roll hit and wound rolls against it.
No, that's like not old grudges. It's
like old grudges.
It's like old grudges, but it's got some other name. I don't remember what it is. It might even be Arks of Omen. You might be right, but it's most known as a secondary objective for Space Marines in the general, zeitgeist, as it were, lexicon, etc.
Because I found this quite interesting that they're basically saying you don't pick a subfaction and that you pick a bunch of detachments. But I imagine all of these detachments have archetypes. So if we think about the Astra Militarum Codex, that went away and didn't have any of the classic regiments like Talon or Catachan, but you had your generic ability that was the default one, but you had, you could pick two different abilities to form your sort of special way of playing, and a lot of them were themed around pre-existing regiments, so you could pick two to create your own, but that would still be themed to the army playstyle that you would want. I suspect it will be like that off the bat for a lot of these. So you might have one that's all about fortifications, which would suit Imperial Fists, for example. Or you might have one that's all about assaulting, that would be more aligned to Blood Angels or White Skulls, because it's like movement based. I feel they're going to go with archetypes, which are in essence a particular subfaction, but they're not going to outright state it's a subfaction. So you can have whatever color scheme you want on your army and play it in a different play style. I feel like the best way to think about these is actually Armies of Renown. I think is it Armies of Renown or Regiments of Renown?
Armies of Renown, yeah.
Armies of Renown. Regiments of Renown is a fantasy one, so I keep getting mixed up with. So, because with that, with an Army of Renown, you've got a fixed way of building your army. So there might be some restrictions, like this detachment can't take any dreadnoughts, but you get these extra bonuses, which is like the bonuses for your subfaction, and you get you get specific stratagems, you get specific relics. It's basically all of that in a 2-pager, and I think that's how your detachments are going to be built. A bit like the World Eaters Codex, where you had generic World Eaters detachment, but then you had the slight twist one where Angron had to be your warlord, and that was a separate Armies of Renown. And I feel like that's the direction they're going to go in for these.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it even sort of states it here. So essentially, detachment choices will very rarely be tied to an army color scheme. So while Ultramarines might be theoretically and practical masters of the Gladius task force, other chapters can use it too. And the same will be true of many other detachments. So yeah, look, I love it really, because ultimately it's so nice to go back to a situation whereby Marine players are not punished for what color they decided to paint their army years ago, months ago, whatever, to essentially be in a scenario where now it's theoretically plausible that your Ultramarine army color scheme can be played with a set of rules that would be more akin to Blood Angels is a real win. Obviously, where it's going to become intriguing is when you start to factor in kind of specialist units that will obviously be locked to specific chapters. But even then, I have always and will continue to encourage people to experiment with color schemes and ultimately create, things that enable them a lot more flexibility in game, but also in their own kind of self-expression through the hobby. We have on many occasions stated here that we always felt like Guilliman should be available to all flavors of Space Marine. You should be able to paint him red and run him in a Blood Angel army, or paint him green and run him in a Salamander's army, if that is what you want to do. Ultimately, you will possibly need to adhere to some other restrictions as a result of taking Guilliman, but that's essentially what this delivers. I'm almost certain that characters like Guilliman probably do get locked into very specific detachments. It's like, oh, you want to take this guy, this is his specialism, this is his detachment, this is, what Gilliman goes to war as.
It's interesting because with the Astra Militarum Codex that currently exists, it's like, yes, you can take the Cadian command squad, which has a specific unit, or you can take the generic command squad, which could be any regiment. It ultimately doesn't matter, and they specifically called out the fact that you can mix and match. You'll pick a mix of regiments in your army. There are some units which, especially the characters, have specific aura reroll benefits for the same regiment type to encourage that kind of playstyle. But you can take a bunch of different regiments, and maybe that's what we see on at least the index release of Space Marines, because all the units are going to have to be there. That might change down the line if they ever were to do chapter-specific supplements, which is something they've done in the past, in which case maybe some units will start to be locked in. Because that's the thing, if they're going to do a Space Marine Codex, it's pretty big as it is. Are they really going to put in every single sub-faction unit-specific data sheet in there as well, because then that would blow it up in size considerably, or will they have to boil it down a little bit to different chapters, especially when you have things like Blood Angels, Dark Angels. They're all like the really specific ones.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they manage that going forwards, but no, I really like it as a change. And again, as we've often said here, the only people that suffered from this were Blood Angels players, not Blood Angels players, just Space Marine players.
Space Marines, yeah.
Space Marine players are the only people that have to deal with this noise. Like, you could bring an Imperial Knight army painted as Tyrannus and say, oh, it's a Questor Imperialis. Yeah, exactly. No one cares because no one knows what colour scheme Tyrannus is. I mean, I do. They're red and silver with like black bits on them. But the thing is most people don't care even then, because for whatever reason, and it's even true. I mean, we've been playing a bunch of Age of Sigmar. It's true of Sigmar as well. It's like you look at a bunch of Stormcast Eternals because there's no real like history to it, and they're like the Space Marines of Age of Sigmar. You just don't have that same emotional connection to it or that same history. So you just look at them and go, "Oh, those Stormcast Eternals are black." And then it's like, but what's that mean? Who cares? It's Stormcast Eternals. It's like, it's just weird, isn't it? It's weird that the only army that this matters for in the entire range of Games Workshop is Space Marines.
Well, that's because they are so iconic and they're the forefront of having very distinct sub-factions. Like,
yes.
With the exception of Guard, no one else really had sub-factions for a very long time, especially as distilled down to actual rules. Lore-wise, quite often they did, especially like things like Elder, but very rarely did they have distinct unit rules. Well, actually, I think Elder was one of the few that also did. My one worry is with this option is that you'll rock up to a tournament or an event and every single Space Marine player will be playing the same detachment with the same special rules because it's perceived by the internet as being the best one for Space Marines. Whereas at least before and currently you do have like some kind of forced differences. It's like, yes, Blood Angels have to play the Blood Angel rules technically, and maybe at some esoteric competitive events people don't care about color schemes and they're like, oh yes, you can play your Iron Hands as salamanders if you want, but at least in the Warhammer official events you can't do that. So there is forced diversity within the Space Marine range, and I'm sure there still will be at some point when supplements come out, but for now, my only worry is people will just internet mined the best detachment for Space Marines, and then everyone playing Space Marines will be playing the same army, which will be a shame.
No, I still think there's a lot of personal interpretation in terms of what people like and what they prefer. And Space Marines are innately cool. Like, they're one of the best armies in terms of they're just an incredible range. And I'm always excited to paint and collect different variants of Space Marines. They're just always They're just really cool. But that's the thing with it. It's like, I think, yeah, look, you're right, but I don't think that's going to be as big a problem as you think it is.
I'm being a pessimist in that, and I want to be proven wrong that isn't the case. But that is my one worry with that mechanic. But
a lot of that's going to come down to the overarching rule set that they create, right, and what they do. But we can get into that a little later on. So, yeah,
what's
so
next?
You've chosen your detachment, then you pick your units. So units essentially are restricted in so much as you can only have 3 of the same data sheet, unless, of course, that data sheet is either a battle line or dedicated transport unit, in which case you can have up to 6 of those. And then outside of that, you have to have at least 1 character, and you can have a maximum of each epic heroes. So basically, the denominations now are character, epic hero, battle line, and dedicated transport. And presumably anything that isn't one of these 4 denominations is just something else entirely.
Yeah. So what's key here is basically troops, as it is currently known, that gain obsec isn't a thing.
Yeah.
Battle line is an Age of Sigma term, which basically is your kind of core units. I'm also going to go out on a limb and say I think it's quite clear that the core keyword has gone, and is going to effectively be replaced with battle line to represent what is your mainstay of your army. And I suspect that each detachment might state different units that's battle line. So if there's one that's like a Eltok, isn't it? Which is the jet bike, fast ride, wind riders. For Elder, maybe jet bikes will be battle line for that detachment. But for another, like Beltan, maybe it'll just be troops, or maybe it'll be your Wraith Knights or your Dreadnoughts or whatever. That is the sort of diversity you get in the detachment constructions in Age of Sigma, so it feels logical that would also be present in the 10th edition.
What's exciting here, though, Phil, is you can once again deliver a Court of the Young King. I'm sure you're excited to see that come back.
Yes. Is that Uriel?
No. So Court of the Young King is every Phoenix Lord and an avatar.
Oh, it's that one. Yes, that would be cool. Yes, technically you can do that under this building, and obviously you'd have to have 3 of your. Oh, actually, no, there's no. Ooh, interesting. No. Wait, so there's no minimum for troops, is there? So you could have an army of characters.
Yes,
if you had enough.
Yeah.
Yes, if you Gene Stealer Colts, you've got enough, but obviously they won't make probably up enough points to do it. Oh, that's it. Yes, that's interesting. I quite like that, and obviously I think the changes to objective secured becoming was it objective controlled might give you some more stipulations. So you'll be encouraged, like a little nudge, to take units that have better objective control. So those units, which predominantly will probably be troops of old, will still be needed in a competitive army or, a viable, playable army. But you can go, I want to take all tanks, and they might have no objective control. But you can thematically do that.
Exactly. I may well do a Court of the Young King. At least I will do once all the new Phoenix Lord sculpts come out, at least.
Oh, yeah, they're going to happen.
Oh, of course, of course. And then lastly, you select a Warlord. And that's it. And then the gain the Warlord keyword, and you're ready to select your missions. So, yeah, and
so they haven't talked about relics or anything like that. So
well, they mention it here. Sorry, I didn't mention it before. So they mentioned that you can have up to 3 enhancements, is what they say.
Again, an Age of Sigma term.
Indeed, I apologise that I forgot to mention the enhancement.
Yes, so each character can only have 1 enhancement. You can't include more than 3 enhancements in total, and they must all be different, which makes sense. And if Age of Sigma is anything to go by, you sometimes get character enhancements, or you get weapon or relic enhancements that might buff your character in various ways.
Yeah, yeah. It's a really exciting change to the way that they approach the game from a kind of list building perspective, because obviously, as we've already indicated, we can now effectively just do whatever it is that we want to do from a kind of army list perspective. We can create armies based on various thematic ideas, and again, even now the Arks of Omen detachment is pretty comprehensively customizable, but even more so now with this.
Yeah, it's similar to this, but this is even more flexible.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing people do like is to kind of create their own heroes, right? They like to get a character, give it a relic, give them a warlord traits, which they haven't talked about here at all. Possibly spend a stratagem to gain an extra relic. So you can really like theme and customize a character to do either cool combos or just, thematically represent your character on the tabletop. And I guess with this only having one enhancement on each character, you kind of potentially lose some of that customization, but it does streamline the list writing process. It does streamline the game a lot more, which is ultimately better. And I suspect that warlords will still gain a warlord ability or trait of some kind.
Yeah, so they've already kind of been specific about that, in so much as they will be faction specific warlord traits. And then specific named characters will have their own warlord traits baked in. And some characters may also have their own specific warlord traits stated as well. So, it's going to be one of those things. You choose the warlord, you'll take its warlord trait. Or there's a potential that you could choose, but that may not be the case in the end. But, look, I genuinely think it's really cool. And I love the fact that there's a very real chance that I could legit field a Court of the Young King again, as I say, because I think that's just a hilariously cool concept. Again, obviously people running Tau could look at like the 8, or you could be, looking at, say, like the Forces of Chaos, and you want all of the big bads in one army. You want Abaddon and Fabius Bile and Khan the Betrayer and Ahriman, and it's just like, yay, the gang's all here, assuming they all can feature in the same faction.
Yeah. I mean, so I have seen some Guard players when this first came up kind of complain, because Guard players, and I guess Orc players will be in the same situation, renowned for running hundreds of units. Well, hundreds of models, tens of units. So, for example, a lot of Guard players will be like, oh yes, 10 units minimum in my army construction of infantry. Whereas now, actually, you can't take 4 of those units, because you can only take up to 6.
Well, that's not technically true. If you use the current codex as a rule, you go, there's an infantry platoon, here's a Cadian platoon, here's a
Krieg one.
Krieg
you could generally get around it with the Guard codex. But for example, again, Orc boys.
To your point, we don't know how this works yet. So this is what I was saying.
This is speculation, yes.
Because it could be. Remember 5th edition, Phil. Think back to then. Platoons. You used to basically one troop choice was like 6 units of guardsmen, wasn't it? It was crazy.
Yes, one troop's choice had its own platoon structure, and within that you effectively had an HQ and I think up to 6 infantry, a minimum of 3, which was really actually annoying because you basically needed 6 squads minimum to play to fill your 2 troop slots. Plus you could have heavy weapon squads and stuff in there as well, which is why everyone took either veterans or grenadier type units.
Yeah, but they give you the veteran option as the I feel like, and again, same thing with like orc mobs. They'll probably be like, oh yeah, you can just take like orc mobs and I don't know, maybe it's just that thing, isn't it? It's like that in those instances they'll be like, oh yeah, you can take like as many of them as you want, like go nuts. But that's like their rule.
It might be specific detachments have some other kind of building mechanic free reign ability which allows them to go above and beyond the 6 units.
Yeah, of course, right.
Theoretically that you're limited to currently as they've shown us, yeah.
But also, there has been potential even within the troop section to create spam, right? Like some people have been getting excited when the new Marine rules came into effect about heavy intercessors, and I saw people building up, collections and armies of nothing but heavy intercessors going, these are going to be great as Iron Hands again. And it's like, yeah, God, though, really? Like, it's just, do you really want to see that across the table for you? Do you really want to have to come up against Manny and his 120 racks? It's just like, no, just, you know what? Like, I think it's important that as a general philosophy, we cap everything at 6 of something. Because, again, even then, right, look at Marines, right? I could take 6 units of intercessors.
Yeah, regulars.
But they could still become 12 units of intercessors because of combat.
Oh, and split. Yeah, but you can also take regular intercessors. You can take assault intercessors. You can take
heavy intercessors.
Yeah, there's also all the veteran intercessors as well. So there's very extra ways of taking very similar but slightly different units. A bit like with the Guard Codex, so you can spam to your heart's content still, but then maybe some of those will be merged if they did want to restrict that under the new edition.
Well, indeed. And on the topic of intercessors, we actually have a data sheet for the intercessors. So those of you who listened to the last episode will remember that we talked about the Termagaunt data sheet and some of the interesting inconsistencies within that. I think there was a trailer appearance of that data sheet that also included what looked like rules for Ripper Swarms at the same time. But yeah, obviously the Space Marine, the Primaris Intercessor, or just the Space Marine Intercessor, as I imagine it will be known throughout, is probably now the most kind of baseline, dare I say, iconic unit within 40k. So obviously really interesting to see what that profile looks like. Relatively sparing, as it concerns the weapon profiles specifically. They just focus on the bolt pistol and generic close combat weapon. But we do get to see, and get some explanations of the stats that are present. So, Phil, why don't you tell us what we're seeing here?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, very well. Yes, so we've got a movement of 6 inches, which is the same as it currently is. We have toughness of 4, which again is the same, and a save of a 3+, which again, same. We've got 2 wounds. Now, the thing that's different is the next 2. So we've got leadership of 6+, and it says you roll 2d6, scoring higher to succeed, which is leadership of old. Basically 7th edition backwards, use this method, although with that one you had to roll under rather than over. So they've sort of flipped it around. Before it used to be leadership 9, and you would have to roll under 9 or 9 and under to succeed. So now they've made it a bit more like a saving throw, where you've just got to roll over, and like a saving throw, the lower the stat, the better it is. So I think they quantify here that a 6+ is the equivalent of leadership 8 as it currently is, although that might have been something they talk about in the Terminator data sheet when they go through that. So that's really interesting. And then they've got objective control of 2, which basically means your one model counts as 2 for when it comes to tossing up all the OC, I guess, models that are going to be within range of a unit, of an objective marker, I mean. Yeah,
so, I mean, unsurprisingly, a Space Marine still looks a lot like a Space Marine, right? Movement 6 makes sense because they are genetically modified super soldiers who are quite tall. So it's reasonable to assert that they would have a healthy move of 6. Toughness 4 is just quintessential Space Marine, as is obviously the 3+ save. 2 wounds makes a lot of sense. Leadership 6, obviously, we don't fully understand the complete impact of leadership within the game, although they do describe it here, that is that leadership is much more impactful in the new edition. Your unit's morale is now gauged with a battle shock test. Many factors can force a unit to test for battle shock, including being below half strength during the command phase. Fail, and they struggle to capture objectives, use stratagems, or fall back from combat. You'll also notice that leadership now counts upwards, and we've already spoken to that essentially. But this is where it specifically states that the leadership of 6+ is equivalent to a value of 8 in the current edition. So look, I mean, obviously it's really interesting that leadership can be triggered by a unit being under half strength, because what that essentially means is that unless by some miraculous random happenstance your unit size increases back above half strength, you will be rolling leadership every command phase, is the way that I interpret that.
Yes. Because the way it currently works always feels really flawed, whereas it's based on the models you've lost that turn. So you could have been a 20-man squad, lost all but like 3. And then in the following turn, assuming you survive that round of leadership, it's like you don't need to take any tests until you fail and lose another model. And even then, it's like, I'm only -1 because I've only lost 1 model this round, even though you've technically lost like maybe 15 or so models. So the fact that you're always going to be having to test when you're low is good. Potentially, if units can take like up to 20 models, like big units, that it's going to encourage you to try and take as many as possible, to mean you've got to lose many more models before you have to take the test. So I guess MSU, which is multiple small units, predominantly things like Space Marines, would always take squads of 5, because it's sort of by the point you're actually taking morale, you're kind of dead anyway. So it's very hard for them to fail. Whereas now maybe it would mean those last 1 or 2 guys are just going to constantly be taking morale tests and until they run away or die or whatever happens to them.
I really like the fact that as well, though, that it affects your accessibility to stratagems and your ability to perform actions, that it actually seemingly will have a tangible impact on what that unit is capable of in game. So that's a really positive move forwards. It seems that we're not entering into a scenario anymore where miniatures will be removed as a result of leadership. It feels like you will need to still chew through these units, but those units will become relatively neutralized by failing those leadership tests.
Yeah, becoming less effective while still being on the tabletop. Like, so in older editions, when you failed leadership, you would literally run away. Your models would move to your closest table edge that you controlled. So normally your deployment zone basically would run that way. Ultimately, kind of being out of the game, they could rally and then get back into the game, but it was quite hard for them to do. This is sort of achieving that effect, but still being useful on the tabletop, but they're just going to lose a lot of their efficiencies. So they might not be able to, benefit from auras or, you say, stratagems or hold objectives or something. That would be, this feels like the right direction to go. Because just using it as a way of killing a unit could make the game more lethal, like it did in 8th edition, and then it felt like 9th edition it wasn't really doing anything, especially when there was like stratagems to mitigate it and stuff. So yeah, this is really interesting, and one that I'd like them to explain a bit more about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We definitely need to see a little bit more in that section. They then also go on to talk about what happens to the weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, and attack. All of that is within the weapon profiles. So the weapon profiles, as we already know, incorporate the number of attacks, what they hit on, how strong they are, the AP and damage, as well as obviously the range. So we see here the bolt pistol, which is range 12, attack 1, ballistic skill 3+, strength 4, AP 0, and 1 damage. And then we have the close combat weapon, which is range melee, 3 attacks, weapon skill of 3+, strength of 4, AP of 0, and 1 damage. So very similar to what a Primaris Intercessor, if not exactly the same as what a Primaris Intercessor that is charged gets today, right, Phil?
Yes, yeah, because they just get 2 base plus 1 on the charge. So that feels like it's just baked into the profile now.
Yeah, absolutely.
By default. And it feels like that's what all of these stats are doing, baking in stuff that were modifiers such as strength. Yeah, they're just putting it on the data sheet. That makes a lot of sense. Also, bolt pistol gets the pistol keyword, which I assume will just be exactly like it currently is, i.e. you can shoot into combat when you're within engagement range.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. The other thing they also clarify in this article is the way wounding works is the same as it is presently. So if you are as strong as they are tough, it's a 4+. If you are 1 stronger than they are tough, then you'll be wounding on a 3+. And I won't bother explaining all the other nuances of the system because I'm assuming that those of you listening understand how wound rolls work in 9th edition presently. That will remain the same based on what they're saying here. Obviously, the thing that this data sheet and this kind of information really kind of reaffirms, though, is the very heavy reduction in AP. Now, bolt pistols and generic close combat weapons didn't have AP values anyway, so you're not necessarily seeing anything out of the blue there. But it is evident that AP is still being reduced across the board, and that becomes more evident in the Terminator data sheet, which is essentially the next thing to talk about, really, unless you've got any final thoughts and feelings on the Intercessor at this point.
No, let's move on to the Terminators because it's got a bunch more that we can then sort of wrap up and talk about.
Indeed. I mean, the Terminator is definitely where this whole simplified, not simple statement really comes into effect, right? Like, we are basically looking at quite a dense selection of rules on this data sheet.
But what I think is very good is it's been formatted really well. They've got a good layout, so the stats are at the top. Below the stats are the weapons, and it's split specifically between ranged weapons and melee weapons, whereas before I think it was just alphabetized, but sometimes was a bit inconsistent. So if something was both a gun and a melee weapon, sometimes they'd be next to each other, sometimes they wouldn't be. It was very inconsistent. You got always a picture of the units, and then below the picture you've got the abilities along with keywords, and then at the bottom you've got the keywords, a faction icon, and along with faction keywords. So it's all very neatly laid out and a lot more easily digestible. And I assume that is like the size of a piece of card that is fixed. So you won't have these data sheets that are like twice as big that will have tons of ability. So you're sort of limiting what a unit can do, how many abilities, how many weapons it can have, purely based on the size of the data sheets, at least how it's been presented so far, because we do know some units can have lots of weapon options. And so far we haven't seen anything that talks about multi-choice weapons, if you can like swap things out for other things. So that would be interesting to see if my theory about the data cards holds out, although they have said you can buy packs of data cards. So I assume it's a bit more like AOS, where everything's roughly the same size.
Yeah, no, I would assume so. I'm guessing that they want to try and keep everything within a generic template. So let's unpack these Terminator stats. So just to quickly go through the stat line, and then I'll let Phil talk through the abilities and things. The movement of a Terminator is 5. It is toughness 5, which is a increase based on where they are presently. A save of 2+, a wounds characteristic of 3, leadership 6, and 1 OC. So what we can obviously identify there is that obviously a Terminator is slower than an Intercessor, but it is a great deal tougher. 1 extra wound, 1 extra toughness, and a 2+ save clearly makes this thing very durable for, a elite infantry that it portrays. So a really interesting change to Terminators. I think it does make sense that Terminators would be toughness 5, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if it's a shocker necessarily. We can kind of... I do have some concerns about this, which again are addressed in the end of this particular segment, but it's cool to see it, I suppose. I mean, in theory, I'm in favour of it, but there's a few things that I'd like to see further confirmed before I get excited about it, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a good change because it helps differentiate them from Blade Guard and makes them definitely tougher than Blade Guard, whereas before I think people felt like Blade Guard was taking a bit of shine away from Terminators because I think Blade Guard had 3 wounds currently.
Yes.
So we're doing better in that respect than Terminators because they had the same toughness and the same save due to the shields. Whereas now Terminators are definitely more durable, which is as they should be. So that's positive.
Indeed. So tell us about the weapons, Phil. Tell us about the abilities. Which ones do you want to do first?
Let's do abilities. So you've got a core ability of Deep Strike, which we all know what Deep Strike is, where you can deploy 9 inches away, currently 9 inches away. In fact, they actually talk about it. Oh no, that's a different ability. So Deep striking down 9 inches away from the enemy, but it would always have a different name. So now it just does it. It's a fundamental universal special rule. So everyone knows what it is. You also have the faction ability, which is Oath of Moment, assuming that either what was interesting, because I think before they talked about Oath of Moment being tied to a specific detachment, but here
Correct.
it is just it must be all Space Marine detachments maybe get Oath of Moment.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think this is?
Or have they added it in?
No, I think this is generic to what you will receive in the box set. So I think this is their box set specific thing. So I'm asserting that the army that you'll receive of Space Marines in the 10th edition box set will all have the Oaths of Moment faction rule. And that will just serve as like the generic Marine template that they use for that specific box set. So so it might be that Oath of Moment is faction specific, which is to an extent tied also to detachments, because surely some detachments are going to be faction specific rather than just generic ones. So there might be, you get your faction ability Oath of Moment because you're a Space Marine, but depending on which detachment you select as a Space Marine, you might also have an additional ability on top of that. But who knows, because they said Oath of Moment was a detachment ability before. We have then 2 other abilities specific to this data sheet, so it's written on the data sheet. So we've got Teleport Homer. At the start of a battle, you can set up 1 Teleport Homer token for this unit anywhere on the battlefield that is not in your opponent's deployment zone. If you do so once per battle, you can target this unit with the Rapid Ingress stratagem for 0 CP. But when resolving that stratagem, you must set the unit up within 3 inches horizontally of that token, and not within 9 inches horizontally of any enemy models. That token is then removed. So in the preview of the Terminator Squad, there was a little Teleport Homer. You saw it in the animation. It shoots down into the ground, allowing the Terminators to teleport in there, which is obviously interesting because they've got their Deep Strike special rule, which should allow them to teleport anywhere they want. But then this is giving you a different way to teleport in from the battlefield. So yeah, I'm not too sure why they've got this other than because there's a Teleport Homer model. I can't, off the top of seeing this, see how this is any more beneficial from just deep striking in, assuming deep strike stays as it currently exists. I mean, the broad logic is obviously you place the Teleport Homer somewhere where you hope to be in future turns, deep strike in or move around in certain areas, and then theoretically you can use that Homer to take your unit to that location to enable you to kind of add bolster defenses in a different part of the battlefield, or
yes. Well, so let's read the rapid ingress stratagem, because that is also listed. That's assumed, because I'm assuming if you're keeping these off the board and you're arriving onto the tabletop for the first time via this teleport homer, it's no better than deep strike. But if you can, what we call teleport shunt, which is you're already on the battlefield and then you can redeploy, then that's what would make total sense. So let's read it. The rapid ingress core strategic ploy stratagem. Now they've got a little icon, which I assume is the movement phase, to show you when you actually use this stratagem, which is really good, and that it costs 1 CP. So that's nice and clear. So it's broken down into when, target, effect, and restrictions. So when is at the end of your opponent's movement phase. So really nicely done. Explains that straight away. The target is 1 unit from your army that is in reserves. The effect is, so in reserves, Dan, not on the tabletop.
Okay.
The effect is your unit can arrive on the battlefield as if it were the reinforcement step of your movement phase, and the restriction is you cannot use a stratagem to enable a unit to arrive on the battlefield during a battle round. It would not normally be able to do so. So what we can see is actually the benefit of this is you can deploy your Terminators in your opponent's movement phase, potentially blocking off a unit that you think is maybe going to get onto an objective, or to maybe charge one of your key units. So you could use this very defensively. But it also means you're on the tabletop turn prior to when you maybe would come down, if you were sort of delaying yourself. So it gives you the option of you can then move, shoot and charge, as opposed to what you would do currently. You would deep strike down, you can't move, you then have to do a 9-inch charge if you want to get in combat, which is quite difficult. So yeah, it gives you a bit of tactical flexibility with this, but you've got to take a turn of shooting, basically.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting way of making that work. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that this is a core stratagem as well. So obviously every army you would hope would have some access to do this.
The other thing, though, just to say in terms of the way that this stratagem, one of the, only stratagems that we've seen so far, I really like that we are seeing a description of when, and then target 1 unit from your army, effect and restrictions. These are things that I've been kind of campaigning for on this podcast for a while, which is Is it Magic the Gathering style? Yes, you've heard me say it many times before, and I apologise. But it is true, though. It's like, ultimately, these are things that need to be clarified with the stratagem system, and it is positive to see these things being added where they're actually saying, oh, actually, here you go. This is when it happens. This is why what it can happen to, and this is how it resolves. And I think what's interesting then as well is because there were and are instances where a stratagem triggers a response from your opponent in the form of a stratagem, and how those two things interact. When does that happen versus that happen? And those are things that I hope that they also further clarify, because I think there are definitely interesting instances with stratagems where, they can force reactions, and those reactions do need some clarification in terms of how or what prioritizes over the other. So this is a nice step in the right direction as well, which I'm really happy to see. Yeah, it really breaks it down, because before some stratagems it's like a block of like paragraphs of text, which is very wordy. So it takes a while to digest and take it all in. Whereas this, breaking it down into those 4 bullet points effectively, makes it super simple. So that is a positive win for how they've redesigned stratagem. So that's really good. Yeah, totally. Shall I move on to the next ability? Please. So this is Fury of the First, obviously because they're first company. So each time a model in this unit makes an attack, you can ignore any or all modifiers to the attack's ballistic skill or weapon skill characteristic and or to the hit roll. In addition, each time a model in this unit makes an attack that targets the enemy unit you have selected for the Oath of Moment ability, so that's a little hint to what Oath of Moment is, add 1 to the hit roll. Now,
my one gripe is that these are still like a bit legalese in terms of how they're very wordy, where it talks about, and or, like, it's very wordy, but it sort of has to be. So I'm sort of happy to accept those sorts of things. They're not as straightforward. Likewise, when it comes to the teleport homer, it feels like they've added the word horizontally in, to your 9 inches away, so that's like a new stipulation of that teleport homer. But yeah, it feels like Fury of the First is quite a strong ability.
Well, it's interesting in and of itself, though, right? Because the wording is each time a model in this unit makes an attack, you can ignore any or all modifiers to attack. So it does specifically say you can. So they have actually kind of got themselves out of it. But it's weird, isn't it? Because in addition, each time a model with that unit makes an attack that targets an enemy unit you selected for the Oaths of Moment ability, add 1 to your hit roll. Well, adding 1 to your hit roll is a modifier to your hit roll. So essentially it says here you can ignore any and or all modifiers, but obviously because they've specified you can, obviously you can choose not to. So intriguingly, as a rule, it does work, but it's interesting that within a set of interactions, they've outlined from the outset that, hey, this ability stops any modifiers. Now, obviously, all modifiers includes positive and negative, but obviously you can choose to either ignore the negatives and accept the positives seemingly. But it's an interesting rule because it sort of does almost and could contradict itself, but obviously that is obviously not the intent. So you can kind of, read between the lines on that one. But again, within their kind of weird legalese and their strange rules writing conventions, which are obviously not going to change overnight, it is interesting that Fury of the First could have, or is literally one word away from contradicting itself.
Yes, yeah, they do that sometimes though, where it's like a current ruling where they always say you can choose to ignore the modifier. So if there's a minus, you would ignore that, but not the plus to your hit roll. And then below that, with a nice little shield icon, is an invulnerable save of a 4+. Part of me is like, would I have preferred the 4+ shield icon to be up in the stat line, so you can see save 2+, and then next to that an invulnerable save of 4+. To an extent, yes, but I sort of see that it's now classed as an ability, so it's down with the ability, so I don't mind it too much.
Yeah, I don't mind it there for sure, but I do get what you're saying. But again, I think obviously the greater majority of models in the game will not have an invulnerable save, so it's better that you specify it in that space.
Yes, no, that does make sense. And then we've got the ranged weapons. So we've got the assault cannon, which has the keyword of devastating wounds. We don't know what that means. It's got range of 24, 6 attacks, 3+ ballistic skill, strength of 6, AP of 0, and 1 damage. The Cyclone Missile Launcher has a little tab that denotes, before selecting targets for this weapon, select one of the profiles to make attacking with, which is nicely done. It basically saves having a line to say Cyclone Missile Launcher, and then below that, frag missiles, and then below that, crack missiles. So we've got frag, which has the blast keyword, which I assume will be same as it currently is. Range of 36 inches. 2d6 attacks, 3+ ballistic skill, strength of 4, AP 0, 1 damage, and then we've got crack, 36 inch range again, 2 attacks, 3+ ballistic skill, strength of 9, which is quite high, which is probably what it currently is, AP -2 and d6 damage. So interestingly that, there are still these, random d6 dice rolls. They haven't done like d6 or d3 plus 3. They haven't tried to do away with these big random dice rolls, which is interesting, because obviously it felt like they were trying to move away from that, and they would always do d3 plus 3 or plus 2 or something.
I don't mind it in certain instances, though. I think something like a missile launcher, I mean, they've increased the strength by 1. I'm fairly confident the crack missile was strength 8. But the fact that they are making the damage a little bit more swingy is fine with me. Cause really that's one of the things about a crack missile, right? I would love to see las cannons moving up into D3+3 territory. I think that is the right decision, but I think in the case of things like missiles, it's like, yeah, all right. In that instance, it's fine with me if it's a bit swingy. I'm okay with that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a heavy flamer with 2 keywords. So it's got ignores cover, which basically will probably mean is however you get a cover save, it will ignore that ability. Whether that's +1, I assume, to your save, you'll just be like, okay, cool, that ignores it, which feels correct. And then it's also got torrent. Torrents in the ages of template weapons basically meant rather than having to have a template right next to your model, you could have it 12 inches away and you could move it around. So you had some flexibility in terms of how it used to shoot. I believe that was what torrent was before.
Yes. Yeah. So torrent before was essentially, template weapons used to have to be in base contact with the firing model. Unless they were torrent, in which case they had a range of up to 12 inches in which that they could, be placed, outside of the firing.
Yeah. So interestingly, obviously, I'll go through the stats and then we can talk about torrent. So, it's got a 12-inch range, attacks of D6, and no ballistic skill because obviously, this is, so it doesn't have any rule that auto hits. So I'm assuming that's what torrent means. It basically means flamer weapon, but flamers could also be, weird maelstrom psychic blast or something. So they've gone for a non-flamer word. Then we've got strength of 5, -1 AP and 1 damage.
Yeah, I would assume that the torrent wording just is basically what was historically known as a template weapon or flamer weapon.
Yes, so an auto hit. It might also be because you used to have Wall of Death, so it also meant that sort of when someone was making a charge against you, no matter the range, you could always hit. With flamer weapons, which made them dangerous. But maybe that's not of an issue now. Most flamer weapons are 12-inch range anyway, and obviously you can only charge, as far as we know, within 12 inches. Then we've got Stormbolter, which has got Rapid Fire 2, which has changed, which we can go in a second. It's got range of 24 inches, 2 attacks, ballistic skill of 3+, strength of 4, AP 0, and 1 damage. And then they've explained what rapid fire does because that has changed. So it says weapons with rapid fire X in their profile are known as rapid fire weapons. Each time such a weapon targets a unit within half range, the attack characteristic of that weapon is increased by the amount donated by X. So if you're within 12 inches, you will do rapid fire 2, so 2 + 2 = 4, so you'll do 4 shots. Potentially this gives you the flexibility to represent the DACA rule. So, you could have an attack of 2, but a rapid fire of 3 or even 4. So you could actually be doing like 5 or 6 shots at close range. It's not just double like it currently is, which is a huge change. My one nitpick though is I sort of wish the rapid fire number would actually be your total amount of shots, so you don't have to do this micro maths. You don't have to go 2 + 2 or 4 + 2 or whatever it might be to work out the total. It would just save a total there, or even just say rapid fire, and under the attack it says 2/ whatever it would be, so 2/4 in this example. But I'll give them benefit of the doubt because there might be some weird rules, mechanics and interactions, which is why they've done it the way they've done it.
Yeah, I'm happy to give them the benefit of the doubt on that. I think rapid fire weapons are always super interesting because within the context of 9th edition, they become a bit weird because obviously there are instances where people will be firing their weapons at a range that exceeds the limits of the rapid fire range, and thus they get less shots out of it. But then obviously they've introduced a bunch of rules for Marines specifically to counteract that. And then, it does obviously happen. But it feels like the rapid fire weapons, they are an iconic part of the 40k kind of gameplay system. But they felt more significant in older editions where it took time to close in on your opponent. and the weight of fire in the game was so light that being within half range and being able to fire that amount of additional shots felt really significant. Whereas the lethality of the game is such now that everything just seems to shoot forever all the time. So rapid fire doesn't necessarily feel quite as impactful as it has done before. Not to say that it isn't, but it's just it's a different rule set at the moment. But I like it, as Phil says. I think it's good that we're in a scenario whereby essentially you could have a gun that has 2 shots under normal situations, but is rapid fire 4, so has 6 at lower ranges, and that could be an interesting way of working the mechanics. Or maybe it is that it has 4 shots at long range, but just an extra 1 at short range for some random reason.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of combos they could do. And I guess, a bit of a nerf for Terminators, because currently they can always fire their rapid fire guns, whether they've moved or not. So it feels like that's gone. And obviously Bolter Discipline, I assume, is also going for Space Marines, as you kind of mentioned, which makes sense. Rapid fire should just be rapid fire no matter what. But the rules layering of yes, you've got rapid fire, but some units or some factions ignore that. It feels like that is sort of going away. So that is a level of rules complexity that actually is going, which I think is for the best. And because I think you pointed out when we chatted before, that was only done as like a band-aid to fix the low power level of Space Marines in general. So yeah, it's good that that's gone.
And I don't think people should be too hung up on the way things were in 9th edition. I think we're in this situation where so much stuff is getting overhauled so absolutely that we should be really accepting of the changes and not be too frustrated with it. But yes, obviously Terminators not being able to fire all their shots all the time. Yeah, whatever. I don't hate it. I think it's good for the overall benefit of the game.
I think you need to look at everything's getting redone from the ground up. So it's like, yes, they've technically lost 2 shots at long range, but they've gained a toughness and a wound. So, in that respect, they're way better. And every unit's going to be like that, where some things will seem better, some things will seem worse. But because everything's changed, it's hard to know truly if it has gotten worse or not, because the game is just different.
Yeah, 100%.
In that respect, we can talk about some things that have changed. So we've got melee weapons. So we've got Chain Fist with a brand new keyword called Anti-Vehicle 3+. I'll go through the profile and then we can talk about anti-vehicle. So range is melee, attacks of 3, a weapon skill of 4+, so down from its usual 3+, strength of 8, -2 AP and 2 damage. And I'll quickly go through the other 2. You've got Power Fist of melee, 3 attacks, weapon skill 3+, strength of 8, -2 AP, 2 damage, and a power weapon, 4 attacks, so an extra attack when doing a power weapon, weapon skill 3+, strength of 5, -2 AP, and 1 damage. So what's interesting is the Chain Fist effectively degrades its weapon skill, but the Power Fist doesn't, whereas historically Power Fists were always -1 to hit. So that hasn't happened here, but that could be because it's on a Terminator, they've decided to not do that, but maybe a Power Fist on a Sergeant in a Intercessor squad would be hitting on a 4+. So it's nice that, you can customize each weapon based on the datasheet, which I think is quite good.
Totally. I mean, one of the things that's definitely worth highlighting in all these instances is the stark reduction in AP. Both the power weapon, which would obviously be the power sword, has been established now as having AP -3, with obviously doctrines enabling it to go as high as AP -4 for Space Marines specifically.
True. Yeah.
And Chain Fists, I believe, are also -3. And Power Fists, I think.
Power Fists was -3, because it was Thunderhammers were -3, but then went to -2, but 3 damage.
Yes.
Even Power Fist has gone down a point in AP.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the anti, so anti is a generic keyword. So weapons with the anti keyword X+ in their profile are known as anti-weapons. Each time an attack is made with such a weapon against a target with the keyword after the word anti, a unmodified wound roll of X+, which is 3+ in this instance, scores a critical wound. They haven't actually said what critical wounds do, so it could be like a mortal wound. We don't know. Obviously you've got anti-vehicle here, but they do say you might get others such as anti-infantry, anti-monster, anti-vehicle. And it basically just says it beats the target's toughness regardless. But whether it does more than that, I don't know. It might just be a way of punching through armor. So it's strength 8. So imagine it's attacking a Leman Russ with a toughness of 8.
Assuming they still have toughness 8.
Assuming it's a toughness 8, it might go up. Let's assume it's a toughness of 8. So normally you would need a 4+ to wound, but actually because this is anti-vehicle, you only need a 3+ to wound. That is my current interpretation of based on what they've said. And they've also said the devastating wounds will be covered later in terms of what that does on the assault cannon.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't disagree with you, mate, that in all likelihood is how that's going to work, based on what they're essentially saying here. I mean, obviously, we're in a scenario where the Chain Fist is anti-vehicle 3+.
The only difference here is, so because if you are against a toughness of 1 to 7 infantry unit or monster, you're kind of going to be wounding them on 3s anyway. So the only real difference is, I think a unit that's like a high strength non-vehicle is the only time you'll be wounding something on 4s, basically, that isn't benefiting. Because I was a bit like, could you not just increase the strength of it because it's going to do that roll on most things anyway. It's wounding most things on 3+.
Well, yeah, but we don't know. We don't know what they've done with the vehicles now, right? Like, because it could be in a scenario where vehicles started like toughness 15 or something.
Yes, no, exactly. And I suspect that's what might be the case. Well, they at least said, I think a lot of vehicles are going to toughness 9, right? So it means that this is relatively good at still killing infantry, or a lot of infantry. It won't be good at killing very high toughness, say monsters, for example, but would be still good at wounding vehicles. Yeah. Which is sort of how it should be. And what's interesting is, out of all of these things, that's the only one with anti-vehicles. So Power Fist is an anti-vehicle, and a Crack Missile is an anti-vehicle. It'll be interesting, obviously, if things like Melter, multi-melters, las cannons, if they gain like an anti-vehicle keyword or not. So it's sort of exciting to see what's going to get these new keywords.
Totally. Cool. That's everything, isn't it, on this side of things?
I believe so. One thing I was going to say is, obviously, with your OC, your objective control, I would kind of love it if some units just have an OC of 0. So it's like they either can't control objectives, but I guess they can still, like, screen out and try and block people from physically getting on objectives. Yeah. But I was trying to think what realistically should be able to do that, and I was thinking maybe it would be something like spore mines or scarabs, sort of mindless things, or borderline inanimate objects. Yes, all of Death Company. Yeah,
Death Company shouldn't be able to control objectives, right? So yeah, give them OC 0, and even things like Khorne Berserkers. I think, unfortunately, with the way the archetype of that army works, is if you gave Berserkers, you kind of need them to have some OC. So I get it, but again, that could be the thing with, like, even Khorne Berserkers, right? Is you just go, well, they're OC 1 because, like, even though they're a troops thing, they're still loony, like, crazy killing machines. So they're not really here to hold objectives. They're just here to kill what's on them. Fringe benefit of their ability to slay things is that, the things that they're going after are no longer there, and they can, score the objective just by murdering the stuff that's on it.
Yeah, my assumption is the baseline of a good objective scorer is 2.
Yes,
based on the intercessor. So something that's not good will be 1.
Yeah.
Whether they are mad enough to go OC0 for anything, I don't know. That
I
feels
think they
unlikely,
will.
but I would like it if they did. And then it feels like, obviously, big monsters, big vehicles will have really high numbers.
Yeah. But then equally,
just hold it on their own.
It depends what kind of units they are, right? Like if there's some specialist units like armigers, they're going to probably have really, really high OCs. But then maybe things like regular Imperial Knights, maybe their OC isn't quite so high. Maybe that's maybe they give like armigers like OC10 and a regular knight OC5 or something.
Yeah, I could see it, because I was thinking, like, from a guard perspective, like a Lehman Russ should actually be very good at capturing objectives, so that might have 5 or 10, a bit like a knight, but something like Basilisk, which is an artillery piece, should actually be really low, because it's good at shooting, it's not meant to be good at capturing objectives, so that should be maybe 1 or 0 in that respect.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that entirely. But look, I mean, honestly, like, here's the thing, right? Let's get into it, right? So we've gone over the rules and bits that they put out there. Let's talk through the pros and cons. I think we'll start with the pros. Mine at the moment is just that I think there's a lot of really kind of positive decisions being made. I like the return to universal special rules. I think that's a good thing. I think the ways that they are obviously allowing you the flexibility and freedom with army list creation is really good. I think there's just a lot of really good stuff happening here. I think we're seeing a lot of positivity. I have some anxieties around things that obviously we haven't found out about yet. And I have some interesting perspectives on what that could represent for the overall health of the game. My big concern isn't necessarily leveraged at the game, although I do have a game-specific concern that I'd love to talk about. But one of my big concerns is definitely centered around the kind of competitive scene and their kind of entrenched ideologies about how the game should be played, specifically with terrain. So I'm really curious to know what they're going to do with terrain and ultimately how the competitive scene is going to adopt that whole piece, because obviously one of the things that the competitive scene has really invested its time in the 8th and 9th edition meta is essentially building very comprehensive terrain stipulations and, designing systems that are essentially built around trying to kind of create more balance by using terrain to mitigate against the sheer amount of damage. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that going forwards, alongside a bunch of other different bits and pieces as they kind of come to the fore. But before I get into my kind of major concern with what I'm seeing at the moment, what are you feeling optimistic about at the moment, Phil? I think the sort of simplified, not simple, is definitely true. I think it's still gonna have quite a lot of complexity, so if people are worried it's dumbing down 40k, I really don't see how that's going to be the case based on the data sheets that we've seen. Still feels like there's going to be a lot of complexity in the game. As I said, it might be just shifting it around. I really like the format of the data sheets. It's really nice visually presented. It's a lot more easier to digest. It's still a bit legalese in terms of the abilities on the Terminator data sheet at the very least. But the way they formatted the stratagems by breaking it down into like when you can use it and what the restrictions are, for example, I think is way more useful. And that kind of quality of life will elevate the game, or like the ease of getting into the game, I think, especially because I think one of the major gripes about stratagems is it's really difficult to know what it's affecting and when you can play it. And that was people rave about Warpedia for that reason, because you can just look at a unit and it'll tell you what stratagems you can use and which phase you can use it. So the use of the icons on the stratagem I think is really nice as a nice visual touch. Yeah, agreed. No, I love it. I think there's a lot to be really positive about. So when I get into my major concern, please note that obviously I'm basing it on what we can see at the moment and what we know of their kind of game system within the confines of 9th. And obviously I always reserve the right to be wrong about these things, because it's entirely possible that I will be. But my first and probably most major concern about 10th edition so far is I'm really worried about the length of gameplay and what I'm seeing in terms of a move towards both reducing lethality and increasing durability, and the impact that that's going to have on game length. Because ultimately, if you make your guns and weapons less killy and you make units more survivable, it is only inevitable that stuff stays alive for longer. And if you don't have any overarching situational lethality mechanics baked within your core gameplay rule set, you're essentially creating a situation whereby stuff stays alive a long time, and that elongates everything as it concerns gameplay. Because at the moment within 9th edition, the game is so lethal, but played on such, at least in the competitive sense, rigid terrain structures that turns 1, 2, maybe 3 are pretty long, but turns maybe 3, 4, 5 are incredibly quick, because once you've essentially drawn your lines and created your conflict, the lethality of the game is such that everything just kind of dies really quickly once it kind of engages with each other. You pick your moments, you trade accordingly, but ultimately stuff just starts dying. If you have a system where that isn't the case, or you've created a bunch of rules where that isn't the case, and you haven't built in any other kind of mechanics to deal with that problem, you are basically going to create a situation where the games will go on forever. And that's the thing that I'm not seeing the bigger picture of right now. First of all, we don't know points. We don't know how many points an intercessor is. We don't know how many points a terminator is versus that intercessor. But if it is that the games will be very, very similar scales to what we've seen in 9th edition, and the APs are as they are, and the durability is as it is, and we're going to continue to use loads of line of sight blocking terrain, we are going to be in a situation where these games just take a real long time to play, because if nothing's getting taken off the board, then you still have to think about and mobilize and maneuver those units. And that's something that I am worried about with this edition. And just a caveat, right? Older editions of 40k, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, had lethality mechanics baked in, or neutralizing mechanics baked in, right? So in the older editions, a vehicle didn't do much most games, right? Phil, you played Guard in 6th/7th edition. All the time, your tank was basically either immobilized, weapons destroyed, crew shaken, crew stunned.
Yeah, which means you can't shoot, basically, with your heavy ordnance weapons.
Yes.
Because you can only snap shoot. So yes, there was a lot of games where a lot of my tanks were literally doing nothing for many turns, which was actually quite frustrating. But you're right, those elements would speed up the game, I would assume. It's interesting, because currently you probably do 2/3 of your turns in the last third of the time that you have, because the first couple of turns take forever, and as you say, you've barely got anything left on the table. Either one of you hasn't got anything left, or both of you are running out of models. Therefore, your last 3 turns, you can rattle through them within like tens of minutes. It doesn't take long at all to do those last few turns. I don't mind the idea of things becoming more durable. I think reducing AP to sort of how it was even in 8th edition, I think, is a good sign.
I agree.
And having, I don't want people to be tabled every single game. Currently, it happens a lot and actually does help speed up the game. So I want the game to be more survivable, but the game to still play quick in the way it sort of felt like it did in other editions. But actually, I'm a renownedly slow player. At least that's what you and Richard always say. So
you certainly were back then. I think you've gotten better since, mate.
Yeah. So I don't. Part of me is like, how long is a piece of string? Like, I can make a game last 6 hours if I'm having fun chatting with a friend. But you do want it to be able to play relatively quickly. Potentially moving things like psychic phase and morale phase into other phases of the game will speed up the game. Maybe having less complex faction specific rules and less stratagems, because I think a lot of time people are thinking about, what stratagem should I use here and now and stuff like that. So maybe the game will just speed up through those optimizations, and therefore lethality isn't needed. But then there's also the fact that you take battle shock tests. Maybe however that plays out will help speed up the game for the things that are alive. Won't be doing much that turn. So you'll be like, okay, cool, this has failed its battle shock test. It's not moving and shooting that turn.
Yeah. And that's going to be the thing I'm really hopeful for, because that was the other mechanics I didn't sort of describe. So vehicles spent a lot of time, hindered. Units were either functioning or running away or having rallied, and when they rallied, they were essentially useless as well because...
go on. Sorry.
No. And then ultimately, the last of those mechanics was the whole kind of sweeping advance, cutting down.
That's what I was going to say.
Well.
Yeah, they basically, if you fail combat and you fail a leadership test and the opponent outruns you, I think basically your whole unit will be wiped out. So there were ways of quickly killing units. So there was lethality in the game.
Yes, there was,
but in certain aspects.
Yeah, but most of the time in the games of older editions, a lot of the shooting attacks would whittle units, but it wasn't actually the whittling of the models that caused the problems. It was the ensuing leaderships and other things that created the situations. Now, again, one of the problems they created across the editions from 3rd through to 7th was they started to overemphasize the fearless special rule, because obviously it was a feel bad that people weren't able to use their stuff all the time. So they did sort of do things to kind of neutralize those gameplay impacts, but they were baked into the system. And I think that's the thing that I need to see in 10th edition is like, cool, you're telling me that durability is on the increase. You're telling me that damage is on the decrease. What are you doing about, creating that, that not lethality necessarily, but just, neutralizing units? It sounds like steps in the right direction when they talk about leadership, but we need to see how that works and what impact that has on the game. The other thing as well, obviously, is terrain. I want to see that terrain stuff, and I want the competitive community to kind of let go of their monopoly on how you're supposed to play 40k competitively. I want Games Workshop to give us very specific terrain rules and actually very specific terrain layouts and insist that this is how the game is balanced to be played, because I think that will help a lot as well. But I worry that a lot of the competitive community, who are quite, again, entrenched with how they like to be able to take specific armies that can bounce between terrain pieces and jump through solid walls and come out fighting. Like, I worry that a lot of them will try and kind of keep or kind of claw onto some of those mechanics because they're so kind of pivotal to the way that they play the game competitively. Again, I don't want to kind of speak ill of competitive players. I am one. But we as a community do have a bad habit of being quite entrenched with our kind of ideas around those sorts of things. And I think that's the thing. I think we need to kind of have faith in the fact that this is a new system and abandon our established ways of thinking around 9th edition and not approach 10th and go, oh yeah, so we're still going to use all the same kind of terrain layouts and all this kind of stuff. It's like, actually, maybe we should be going back to a system where we're not so rigid with those kind of things, because maybe that's the best way of playing it. But again, until we know, we don't know. But that is my biggest concern. My biggest concern is definitely mechanics based around lethality and game length. I think as it is currently, if an army is the same size but less stuff dies in it, it's only inevitable that the games will take longer. But I could be wrong, as I say. But that is my major flag at the moment. But again, we'll see more soon that will help us understand.
Yeah, I think when it comes to durability, like, obviously they've increased the durability of Terminators, and that feels like the right thing to do. They haven't done it to Intercessors, they haven't increased their wounds or anything. So hopefully Terminators is a bit of a blip, and that they haven't increased durability across the board. Although it did sound like from the live preview they did that the toughness of tanks is going up, potentially wounds as well. And I feel like that's needed anyway because of the way they've been dealing with the damage of weapons going up, and basically they need to make vehicles less susceptible to small arms fire, even things like heavy bolters and stuff. So it feels like toughness is going up for vehicles, and that durability is needed within the game to make vehicles more useful. And the Terminator's iconic unit also need to be more durable, so that makes more sense. And then hopefully everything else, for the most part, will stay the same durability wise, but everything will hopefully go up a touch just by the very nature of the fact that AP's gone down across the board.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, we'll wait and we'll see. But if I was to flag one thing, that would be it. Is there anything that you're worried about at the moment, Phil?
Yeah, yes, I think I sort of explained it to an extent before, and it's like selecting detachments is really mentally selecting your subfaction. And if, let's say, every codex has 6 detachment types, like 6 subfactions, and everyone's effectively is a play style, so you're not locked in any way to that subfaction. You can do what you want as a Space Marine player, for example, but that is still 6 times 6 stratagems in the game. So to decide on a detachment, there's a lot more reading to do. There's a lot more legwork up front to consume all of those rules and stuff for your detachment, because currently it's probably, 1 or 2 warlord traits, a couple of relics, and sometimes stratagems, but not 6 normally. There's in the guard one, there's like 2 or 3 for Cadia specifically, and I think everything else is pretty generic or locked to another one of your pick your choose regiments. So I feel like that could be, because I haven't really explained detachments, that could be a bit of a Trojan horse, let's say, of complexity and difficulty getting into the game, that they're making out is actually really nice, easy and breezy. Oh yeah, there's a couple of detachment types. I feel like actually there's going to be a lot more to it than what they've explained. So, but I'm looking forward to seeing what it's like, though. And it could be a good way of adding in flavour and customization, because if it feels like it's Armies of Renown, I think that could be really good. And obviously you are just swapping one set of rules out for another. You're not layering on your rules of complexity with faction plus subfaction plus maybe even an Armies of Renown or a codex supplement or something. So that going and all being rolled into one, I think, is good. But I still think there's going to be a lot of stratagems in the game still.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. What I will say is that having played a bit of Horus Heresy uses a very similar system where you will select a force based on your I've literally just forgotten what they're called in Horus Heresy, but the point is, in Horus Heresy you can be like, oh, I'm taking the Dread Wing detachment, or I'm taking the Iron Wing detachment, or I'm taking the whatever, and they have certain stipulations and things. And a lot of the time what it actually does is encourage thematic army list creation, which is really cool, because ultimately you buy into archetypes. And I can see this I'll use Elder as the example, because I always like going back to Elder. At the end of the day, if there is a, Samhan Wild Rider detachment and I want to do something resembling that, well, then it's very obvious that I can just pick that and build around it, because I want to build around the theme of jet bikes, and that's going to be the thing that I build around. And if it is that I want to focus on aspect warriors, I'll look at the Biltan aspect warrior build. If I want to look at the Wraith constructs, I'll be looking at Iandan and the Ghost Warrior builds. And that's the sort of thing that I actually really like about it, because it actually will potentially get back to injecting creativity back into people's armies, or maybe just, more of an expression of the fluff, as it were, the lore. I want to be in a scenario where someone is heavily incentivized to take an all drop pod army of Space Marines again, because it feels like that kind of thematic gameplay has kind of gone away now. And, army lists are very rarely made based on a desire to do something cool and interesting within the loose sense of the lore. And,
I think that's true. And if I think about how a lot of the AOS ones do, at least in Nighthaunt, like a lot of the sub-factions are effectively like skew lists. They're like, you get a buff for all your Harridan unit, which is a particular unit type, or depending on which one, you get a different unit being buffed. So it's almost encouraging you, spam a lot of these because thematically that's what that host would take. And then there's like the Emerald Host, which is like a generic one. There's no real buffs for any one particular unit, so that's a bit more like the all-comers, pick and choose, do what you want. And I think that you're right, if Guard have a detachment that is heavily favours artillery, that will keep a lot of people happy. There's one that heavily favours infantry, or one that heavily favours tanks. These are archetypes that players predominantly like to play to. And I assume there'll be one that's relatively generic where you can just, build what you want. And you get, a Born Soldiers-esque style buff that just affects your whole army. Hopefully it will lead to really nice thematic choices. I just worry that, that there'd be a bit of complexity in terms of having to dive through all of them before you can even sort of pick which one you actually want to do. But as you say, if you want the tank one, you almost pick that. You don't need to read the rules for all the other detachments. You'll just be, okay, cool, this is what I want.
Yeah, it is true that we are going to enter into a period of, discovery, and there's going to be a lot of reading and a lot of learning. But I got to be honest with you, man. I mean, that's one of the things I love the most about new editions. Is the thing I'm most excited about is getting into the weeds, trying to find the exploits, looking for the fun combinations, figuring out the cool things that I can do and how to, kind of bring that to the tabletop and have it be even remotely effective. I mean, that's some of the best stuff, in my humble opinion. I really rate and enjoy that whole experience. And I also like the kind of general sense of community that it breeds around itself as well. And I think that's the thing that I'm so excited about for 10th edition, is that I think for, at least the first 6 months, we will be in that, golden age of Warhammer again, where everything's reset, everything's really exciting, everything's new. No one really knows what is completely optimal. I mean, sure, everyone will have ideas and people will start to kind of, voice their opinions on what they think is good, but that's the really amazing thing. There's always opportunities for people to kind of appear out of the woodwork and do fun, interesting things. Now, eventually, we'll end up in, where 8th edition was after about a year, where Death Guard were just unbelievably powerful, and people had worked out the synergies with like Alpha Legion cultists, and there were all these like really, really hilarious exploits of certain core mechanics that no one, obviously GW had sort of seen, working, but, these things did happen in the kind of mid area of 8th edition. And, that was when they introduced the rule of free and started to try and fix things. But, there were definitely times in the kind of, after the first like 6 months of 8th edition 40k where things had gone a little bit ropey, but then they kind of course corrected. And I don't know, I think, but overall I think it's inevitably going to be the case, but I think it is quite a fun time to be engaged with the gaming hobby and figuring it out. So I'm super excited. I can't wait to get into the new editions, start playing games, start, mucking around with lists and just, trying out different things and seeing what the new system kind of has in store. So I'm broadly very positive, but, got to throw out a few worries, got to see what's there. But yeah, anything else, mate?
No, not really. I think you've sort of summed it up pretty well. I think we're both pretty excited for the new edition. And as you say, I think it will bring together a lot of people, because I think a lot of people have either left from 9th edition or just sort of stepped away, looked at other game systems, or just been a bit jaded about 9th in general. So hopefully 10th can be a new coming together
totally.
for the game.
Totally. And obviously we will do a wrap up on 9th when the time is appropriate. But for now, we just want to kind of focus on what we're seeing for 10th and just kind of talk about it in the sort of general sense. But we will say our goodbyes to 9th edition at some point over the coming months. But between now and then, transitional noise. Hello again, everybody. In this part of the podcast, me and Philip are going to talk about nothing other than the events of the Arks of Omen, ABADDON, which, if you're not familiar already, is actually a piece of Warhammer 40,000 related narrative, fluff, or potentially canon, if you would be so bold. We're going to be talking about that. A relative oddity for us to actually focus on a lore segment specifically. Normally we sprinkle little nuggets of lore into our general chitter-chatter, but today we've decided, Phil, and you, the listener, to take it upon ourselves to talk about the lore as it occurs within the events of the Arks of Omen. But what is the Arks of Omen, Phil? I have never heard of it.
Well, it's the campaign series, not really a campaign, a series of books leading up to a new edition, much like that we had in 7th edition to 8th edition, which was the Gathering Storm, Cadia Fell, was it Beltan? No,
the Fracture
it was shattered.
Of Beltan.
The Fracture of Beltan,
Yep.
And the Coming of Ynnari, all of that goodness, and a bunch of models came out alongside it, such as Gilliman was the big one. You had that old boy from the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Oh, yeah, Belisari is cool, yeah.
Belisari's cool. And that lady with the wings, Celestine,
that lady with the wings.
We had Inquisitor Greyfax and all sorts.
And that Grey Knight.
That Grey Knight guy.
Grey Knight with a hammer. And then there was that fallen fella with the lion's sword and a cloak. And
Cyphus, yeah.
Cypher, or Cyphus. I think it's Cypher.
Cypher, I think.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. It's Cypher.
I think so.
There's two of them, though. So it's Cyphus. It could be plural.
Exactly.
You never know how many there are.
Exactly. It's an ongoing dilemma, I'm sure. And then what else was there in that particular range? Loads of stuff. But I mean, this is a relatively common thing that Games Workshop have been doing since the events that ended Warhammer Fantasy Battle, right? Like, I think the End Times is kind of the template for this kind of design philosophy that they've been doing ever since. I can't remember what they did at the end of Age of Sigmar 1 to take it into Age of Sigmar 2, but I know at the end of Age of Sigmar 2 they definitely had the events of that whole God of Destruction thing. I don't know.
Before that it was Malign Portents.
Yes, that was it.
Which was the Coming of the Nighthaunt, which was introduced in the second AOS box set. And that was also when the logo infamously went from the super shiny, fun casual play, Age of Sigmar logo to the slightly grittier, grim dark version that we've stuck with ever since to tell everyone that it's more mature.
No, because it went from bright cherry to spooky green to a bit bronzy now. It's a bit bronzy. It's a bit different. There's a difference. I wonder if they'll update the Warhammer 40,000 logo after the events of the Arks of Omen. Or we're just going to keep the logo the same?
They obviously updated it for
9th edition.
Yes, it was 9th edition,
did,
Did they change in 8th as well?
No, 8th it stayed the same.
I suspect it will stay the same.
It probably will.
It seems a bit silly to change it again.
I don't think it feels silly, but I understand what you're saying. I think it's probably unnecessary, would be the way I would look at it.
Yeah.
Although it does give a nice kind of continuity for people trying to understand what they're reading, though, doesn't it? When you're like, oh, that's this version because the logo matches.
Yes, I think one of my only gripes I said one of my only, I've got so many, is that every edition, they always just call it the new edition. They don't refer to it as 10th edition or 9th edition as we, the community, do. And I think when you're trying to look back at old codexes or rule books, especially if you're trying to buy stuff from a certain time period, or if you want to go back and, let's say you want to play 7th edition, sometimes you're looking at a bunch of codexes that all have identical covers but span several different editions. So it's actually very difficult to work out which books belong to which time period, which edition of the game. What I do like, especially with the current edition, especially with Age of Sigmar, is they've got the little banners of colour on the top or the bottom of the codex, and I assume that will change going into a future edition. So hopefully we'll have a slightly different look for 10th edition, although I do think the branding is very good for 40k at the moment. But obviously it'd be nice to differentiate it somehow between this edition and the next edition.
Well, yeah, if you go back to 8th edition, they've got that weird, like, sigil logo that's on the spine of all the 8th edition books. And then if you go into the 9th edition books, they've got the new just generic Warhammer logo. But obviously they've got different like fonts and other bits and pieces that they use. I'll tell you the real head scratcher, because I was just going through my Games Workshop library the other day. I managed to get some shelves built, so I started laying out all my 7th edition books. But actually denoting what was a 7th edition book and a 6th edition book was a heck of a thing. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're getting wildly off topic. We're here to talk about the events of Arks of Omen. So again, yes, Arks of Omen is another of these end times style events, effectively a narrative device that will take us into the events that will begin 10th edition. But in this instance, we're looking primarily at a number of kind of key sort of traditional stakeholders in the world of Warhammer 40,000 nonsense, with a sprinkling of Dark Angels and some other bits and pieces thrown in good measure, all throughout, or all wrapped up within this kind of new boarding actions gameplay system, which we will not be talking about for the purposes of this segment. We're just focusing on the lore. And Phil, just to say, what is awfully convenient, if we've done our maths correct, and assuming that the release date of 10th edition will be sometime in June, we should have one of these every week up until very close to the launch of 10th edition. If it comes at the end of June, well then effectively we can potentially do like a last little, I mean we're going to do it anyway at the end of it, we're going to do a whole, that's enough of that 9th edition, time to move on, wrap up type thing, right?
Yes, I mean, we can always pad it out with the because there's 5 books, but there's technically a 6th unofficial one, which is the White Dwarf. Well, I'd say unofficial. It kind of is. So there's White Dwarf are doing a series across several issues. They've done 2 so far that have it in, which is another story, which is effectively the White Dwarf compendium, I guess, ancillary story that is in addition to it. So that's the DLC content. Should you want more Arks of Omen, you've got to buy the White Dwarf.
The less important stuff, essentially. The less pivotal events.
Maybe not.
These are what the Kroots were up to during the events of the Arks of Omen.
Yes, I think I can't remember what Chaos Warband is, but it's Chaos and Blood Angels.
Beastmen, Phil. Beastmen.
Focus on. Maybe. It should be.
It should be the stories of the Beastmen, as told through the eyes of the Beastmen, for the benefit of the Beastmen. Beastmen. Anyway, let's get into Arks of Omen, ABADDON. So yeah, this will be something that we do on the regular for the next 5 episodes in the lead up to 10th. We wanted just to kind of sign off on 9th edition by exploring the kind of end time style event, the narrative that kind of builds around it. As we say, Arks of Omen is an interesting development. Not least because it involves many pivotal characters and saw the release, or will see the release, of some utterly extraordinarily awesome miniatures. I think actually within the confines of Arks of Omen, pretty much every single like character that has come out as part of the series has been amongst some of the greatest 40k miniatures ever released.
Well, that's true. And every book's had the title character, effectively, with the exception of this one, has been a miniature, though with this one you've had Vashtor. So every book has had a corresponding miniature.
Yes.
Released.
Well, it's interesting. Well, there is a Vashtor book though as well, though, right? So Vashtor is very much sort of part of that series.
Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. Yes. So you're right. So everyone except this one has had a miniature released in it, but Vashtor appears in this one.
And technically, Agron isn't actually
came out beforehand.
Yeah, it came out in World Eaters, but he was kind of supplemented within Arks of Omen narratively.
Yes, yeah, but weirdly, was it Snickrock came out as a mini for boarding actions, but as far as we're aware, isn't. Well, I mean, he might be in the story, but he doesn't deserve a cover, is what I'm saying. He's not cover worthy. Unlike, Farsight gets a cover, the Lion will no doubt get a cover in the last one.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So yeah.
Well, that is it, isn't it? Sniggerot is maybe he's in there in a little. I mean, I haven't gotten around to reading the Farsight book just yet, beyond some of the boarding action rules within it. But effectively, I assume he's just like, maybe there's like a little bit in there where it's like, this is what Snaggerot's up to. Hey! Chopping people with a big sword. Happy days. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, honestly though, miniatures wise, I think closing out the edition, stunning. But, we've talked about that extensively. But the fluff around...
Oh, well, one thing we did miss out on, and someone did rightly call us out on it, is they wanted to know about Dante. Because obviously Dante was leaked beforehand, so it wasn't part of the main reveal show. So we didn't talk about it. I did comment and just say, it's great. But what's your thoughts, Nan? What do you think of Dante?
I'll do it in the outro. I worry that we're going to derail this segment if we do it now.
Fair enough.
Yes.
We'll try and remember to do it.
We will definitely remember to do it in the outro. Let's get on to this one, because I always, in my own podcast listening, I hate it when people go woefully off topic and start talking about... I'll tell you my pet peeve, though, is when they start talking about stuff that has nothing to do with Warhammer. That's where it gets really annoying for me.
I mean, like those 80s cartoons and music that people listen to. Who would do such a thing?
I don't mind a brief diversion. But when it turns into actually like minutes of content, at least what we've just talked about there has broadly all been related to 40k.
Okay, no, that's fair
It's just
enough.
that we didn't do it in a cohesive way. I'm almost tempted, Phil, to tell us to stop and start again, but I won't.
No,
because
we're good.
Last time we had to do
let's
that
keep going.
already because your microphone broke. So let's
I know.
Let's just carry on as we are. So Arks of Omen, Phil. Basically, where does it sit within the timeline? Where is this now in the events of the world? As I understand it, obviously it is the most up-to-date piece of lore. There is nothing that has come after it that is documented in Warhammer 40,000 just yet.
Incorrect. So the Dark Imperium, I want to say series or books, which was Ultramarines versus Death Guard, where Death Guard invades Macragge and the Ultramar system. That was originally set 100 or several hundred years after the Indomitus Crusade.
Yes.
That then got retconned to be, I believe, 8 years after, or no, 8 years since the start of the Indomitus Crusade. And it was originally written, it was sort of like the tail end. So, but whether that actually changes or not, I'm not sure, because they did actually update the books when they redid the timeline. So in theory, that's still in the future. That has yet to happen. And there's those three, I think it's 3 books as part of that series. The current Fire of something or other stories, the Horus Heresy for 40k, you know the ones I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. The, oh, God. Galaxy in Flames or Galaxy in Fire. No, sorry, I'm getting myself confused with all sorts now. So many different variables. But basically what you're saying is, Phil, you answered very adequately, that as is always the way with Warhammer 40,000 related fluff, lore stuff, is your sources are not always super reliable and the timelines are always a little bit wibbly as it concerns what's happening where, when. And for all we know, through retconning and other variables, they could then address and or change that as time goes on. But broadly speaking,
Yes.
It is sort of set up in the world as we understand it, barring the events of the whole Death Guard coming on to Macragge and causing a load of bother. This is one of the more seminal events that will set up the future of 40k.
Yes, it's the current timeline that we are playing within. Let's say the start of the or the onset of the start of the Indomitus Crusade, the early years of the Indomitus Crusade. The Dawn of Fire books is what I was thinking of, which is the ongoing series of books. I think they've done 4 so far, explaining what is happening within those Crusade fleets that have set off to liberate the areas that have been taken over by Chaos. So we are sort of playing within that because the Angron book, which is book 2, focuses on Fleet Quintus, which is the 4th fleet. I think fleets 1 and 3 or something is what Dawn of Fire mostly focuses on. So this is weirdly, and maybe it's a bit of a shame that it doesn't really tie in with the Dawn of Fire series, but maybe that would be a bit too complicated to try and pull off. So it's focusing on one of the other fleets.
Fine.
Basically.
So effectively, we are following on. Where does this sit with regards to the events of Vigilus? Because obviously Vigilus was a pretty significant moment.
Yeah, it should all be. So as far as I'm aware, it's all after that.
Yeah,
so
that's what
Vigilus happened. The original Vigilus happened.
Yeah.
Then there was Vigilus, the Warzone book, and I believe this happens after all the Warzone books.
Yes.
So in that you had basically it became less about Vigilus and more about the Gauntlet, which is the route from the Imperium Nihilus, the dark side of the galaxy. And the fleet that was led by Harkon Worldclaimer flying through the gauntlets, which we talked about very briefly when we talked about that Warzone book. So he was going down there with a mass fleet, and there was this big build-up on the defensive side of the actual Imperium side. We're creating a blockade to fend them off. And I said that was one of the most interesting story narrative elements, and I can't wait to see what happened next. And then they've sort of forgotten about that.
No.
And they're now focusing on these Arks of Omen. And I would say that the downside of those Warzone books was that they were all very open-ended. I assume maybe so they can finish them off at some other point, or that they never finish them off. So you can always play within that sort of setting. But I do like the more tidy narrative bows that the Forge World books did, where there was always an end, right? You know?
Yeah.
So that is what it is, I guess.
So effectively,
but yeah, I believe this is all after that, basically.
So effectively, Abaddon has fought Calgar, has mortally wounded him, resulting in him passing over the rubric. Oh no, actually, he had already become Primaris before then.
Yes, I think he got attacked by Selesky, one of the demons that was also a new model, had his throat ripped out, was mortally wounded, crossed over to Rubicon to become Primaris then.
Rubicon Guava.
Then he fights Abaddon. Abaddon sort of wins, but then a bunch of Death Strike missiles on a ship aided by Aeldari ends up flying up and damaging the Vengeful Spirit.
That's true.
The Vengeful Spirit gets whisked off, much to the annoyance of Abaddon. So he's sort of like a forced retreat against his will. And it follows on from that, because actually I don't know if it's the same damage, but within this story there are repairs happening to the Vengeful Spirit, which I would assume is because it's a direct correlation to
that was my assumption.
Vigilus story,
and that's why I thought I'd bring it up, because I think that's how it kind of follows narratively. Is we're basically from the outset we're basically put upon the Vengeful Spirit is kind of told from that perspective, from the Black Legion. They are licking their wounds and, galvanizing them, regrouping themselves for the next stage of whatever Abaddon's plans are. But it is a little listless almost, like at the start, in the sense that like we're basically beginning in a kind of position of not weakness so much, but just kind of not really with all the kind of points in play, which I suppose is actually making sense in the fact that obviously what occurs afterwards then kind of creates this whole new opportunity for Abaddon to essentially, build a new plan, to do a new thing in collaboration with Vashtor and everything that comes from that. But, so essentially the Vengeful Spirit has been impacted during the events of Vigilus, despite the fact that Abaddon was in a position of potentially killing Calgar. He doesn't, because he's basically forced to retreat. A lot of people at the time were talking about Calgar and why wasn't it that, Abaddon just killed him. I'll be honest with you, I've thought about it a bunch since that moment, and I kind of just put it down to, I think the problem is that people forget that Calgar doesn't mean nearly as much to Abaddon as he does to us, in so much as Abaddon's working in a span of many, 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 many generations and probably has murdered many a chapter master. So someone like Calgar is like, whatever, that's just some little whelp that I don't care about. And my Vengeful Spirit is being hurt, and that is the symbol of my power. It is one of the icons of my authority. That is more important to me than some, young whippersnapper chapter master giving me a bunch of bother.
Well, yes. So I think the Vengeful Spirit was being forced by the pilots of the ship to do like a
barrel
retreat.
roll.
And he, yes, we're roll, yes. And basically he can't be stuck on Vigilus, so he kind of has to go with the ship or return to the ship before it disappears and leaves him stranded. Obviously, there are other Chaos Warbands and stuff around still fighting on Vigilus, even to this day, I believe. So, but obviously he won't want to be with them. He wants his party bus. So he goes back on board Vigilus, which, as you say, is where we start off with in this Arks of Omen story.
So what happens after that, Phil? We've set it up. We're on the Vengeful Spirit. What's going on?
Yeah, so I've done a little written summary, so we'll go through it piece by piece. So ABADDON has these visions with the oracles. So the oracles, he's in this like a little special chamber where he's scrying the future. All these little, they're not quite astropaths, but they're these psychers are effectively attached to the walls all around him. And he's commanding them to give him visions of the future so he can see what's going on. And he sees a couple, one of them I think relates to Vigilus, and he tells them off and he's like, no, show me something more important. I know all of this already. There's a little side note here where he actually refers to him now as the War Master of the Imperium Nihilus. The idea is that he never deemed himself worthy to be called the War Master, and he didn't want to relate himself to Horus in that way. But he's effectively said, I've done now more than Horus has ever done. Like we hold territory. So I think, I don't want to say it's a retcon, but it feels like they're sort of saying Imperium Nihilus is mostly or very heavily taken over by Chaos. And I guess from a gaming point of view, maybe it's like that's their bit of territory now, and gives an actual point on the map where the Crusade fleets can go to. It's like, it's basically a bit like AOS. The good guys can now be on the attack and not just always be on the defense. So that's like a big change here.
It's probably more like fantasy, where obviously it was all based on like a more world map system. I mean, the problem is where AOS is that it's everywhere all at once, right? Like it's just a maddening place.
Well, my point with AOS was the original story from AOS 1 is that, the world was, or the planes were created, goodness reigned supreme, and eventually there was the Age of Chaos, I think it was. Basically, Chaos attacked everywhere, Sigma retreated to his realm, and Chaos ruled all the realms, and the start of AOS 1 was Sigma unleashing his armies, his Stormcast Eternals, to go take back the realms, which is what the story has slowly been evolving to over the editions and through the campaign. So it was basically Chaos. You have to let Chaos win a little bit so the good guys can go on the attack, rather than the current edition of 40k was mostly, a stalemate, or Chaos is always encroaching into the galaxy and the territory, and the good guys of the Imperium are on the defensive constantly.
I mean, it is fair, since the Great Rift happens, that obviously Chaos is kind of all over the place now anyway. It was interesting. I mean, it's an interesting time in the lore, but the War Master thing is really interesting, because I have to be honest, I think Aaron Dembski-Bowden has done so much incredible work in fleshing out the character of ABADDON. It's quite interesting, actually, just to have a mild diversion in the events of Death and Rebirth, the latest of the Siege of Terror books, because Dan Abnett does some ABADDON storytelling in that book. And it was weird, without spoiling anything particularly, it was weird because in the events of the Saturnine book, as written by ADB, ABADDON essentially is very well rounded and makes sense as per the kind of Black Legion continuity that will go on to become like Black Legion, Talon of Horus, which are two extraordinarily brilliant novels. If you've ever got a chance to read any 40k literature, that is pretty much the creme de la creme. And the character of ABADDON's really well fleshed out in that space, and he does have that kind of sort of almost hatred for his father. He has very little respect for what Horus did and how he did it, because he sees himself as this noble warrior. And it was very interesting seeing kind of Abnett's kind of adaptation of him again, because although they obviously exchange notes and there will be some back and forth. There is a very subtle difference between the way Abnett portrays Abaddon to how Bowden does, but obviously all of that is kind of blown out of the water compared to now what they want to do with him in 40k, because ultimately Abaddon is our big bad. He has to kind of, almost for the sake of simplification, boil himself down to me, evil War Master man. It's a bit probably more of a kind of literary device in terms of trying to set up the stakes, as it were. Because I suppose that's the thing with the other versions of the character as told in Black Legion, Talon of Horus, and the various other heresy books, is maybe the complexity of the Abaddon character is there for those of us who can kind of maybe appreciate or see the layers, but for the purpose of Arks of Omen, primarily kind of lighter piece of more overarching lore, just make him the War Master and call it a day.
Yeah, quite lightly. I mean, they do talk about it a bit later on, where he basically says he doesn't sell out to the Chaos Gods, and he knows he's got a harder time because of it, because he's got to thread the needles of trying to succeed. And the more he succeeds, eventually the Chaos Gods will effectively like turn on him because they want to win. One of them wants to be the one that elevates him or reign supreme when he does win. And he's got to try and avoid that at all costs, which is where Vashtor does come in a bit later as being a kind of unaligned to the existing four Chaos Gods. But getting back on track, when he's scrying for the future, alarms suddenly occur on the ship. He soon discovers that they're under attack. All these weird kind of mechadendrites, little nano worms appear through the ship, and they don't know what's going on. Basically, it turns out to be Vashtor that we soon find out, and it's been unwittingly summoned by a dark Magi, who's attempting to repair the ship and is trying to do a shortcut. And then we basically get to the coming of Vashtor, which is one of the section headers, and we get a flashback to an attack on what was it called? Pergamatorus. So this is where Magi Jureg, who's I think the Dark Magi, he finds a data tome secreted on this I think it's a planet that they attack, and he uses it to repair the Vengeful Spirit, basically, because he knows it's some dark tech that's going to repair the ship quicker. And this is what unwittingly summons Vashtor, and that there's allusions to the fact that Vashtor has kind of planned all of these seeds to make this happen, so he can be summoned aboard the Vengeful Spirit. And what was interesting, Pergamatorus was a hidden moon, and there's this great series of events where, like, a little thing goes wrong. These mechanical failures on the planet soon build up, basically, and it leads to a power surge which blows out the systems which keeps the moon basically hidden or cloaked from sensors. And it's like this poor little servo guy ends up bursting into flames because he's trying to fix the stuff that's gone wrong. So it's a nice little series of it's a bit like what's the movie called, Final Destination. You know, one little thing goes wrong and then something else that trickles down to something else going wrong, and that's basically, it's meant to be the influence of Vashtor mechanically, because that's where his power lies, to causing this chain of events to happen.
Yeah. So we've got a load of crazy worms floating around, and that is essentially the beginnings of Vashtor showing his face. Obviously, our friendly neighbourhood, Dark Mechanicus, Magi, whatever he is, only trying his best, just thought to himself, ooh, this will come in handy. I'll get a right good reward off of that there Abaddon once I use all of these dark, ancient magics and technologies to repair the Vengeful Spirit. That'll go over really well. How little he knew what lay in store for him. Poor fella.
Yeah, unfortunately so. But Vashtor appears and speaks to Abaddon, explains that he is healing the ship or repairing it as a sort of a gesture of goodwill, explains that effectively he wants to do a pact with Abaddon. They can help each other out. He says, I'm in search of these keys. These keys will find us a special MacGuffin device that we can both use to change the galaxy forever, but they don't explain what at all. And, Abaddon kind of calls him out and says, just plain speak to me. Don't give me any of your weird mumbo jumbo. I want to know what the deal is. And I think at this point, this is when Vastor basically goes, I want to, be the next Chaos God. I don't see myself with the 4 existing ones. I'm not part of them. But this will help me, but it will also help you. And, I don't think Abaddon trusts him, but he can also see this as his goal of helping him complete what he wants without having to force himself to align to any of the 4 chaos powers, which is what he doesn't want to do. So they kind of go, yeah, okay, cool. Let's do this, basically. Let's team up. And they go off in search of the first key, which is where they attack this planet called Magdalor, which is this got this Space Marine chapter on it, but it's already been heavily depleted from previous attacks, so there's not much resistance there. But when Abaddon actually gets down there to the Apothecarion, which is the sort of sacred temple of the chapter's fortress, Abaddon gets there to find Vastral's already there. Because he's managed to get ahead of him. And what they find is the key, or the key fragment as it's called, and it's basically a pillar with a little statue on top. So basically the idea is these key fragments are objects. Some are of importance, some of them are like, relics and things of interest, but other times they're absolutely completely random items. It could be a can of baked beans for all they know. Like just really innocuous, like little things, that are these, artifacts of importance. And obviously, the idea is Vastral will bring them all together to form, I guess, the key, and it will do whatever it may do. We don't actually know.
And forgive my ignorance, Phil, you may have said this, and I may have missed it, but I don't think you had. So they're not just all in real space, right? Some of those keys are situated within the warp as well, correct?
I believe so. I think a lot of them are within real space, but I think some, I assume, are in the warp. But I think maybe those ones either Vastral can reach already, or it's less of an issue. And in fact, they make a point that they don't need all the keys as well, which we'll get to later when it comes to the Arks. So he's like, I just need the majority of them. I don't need all of them. So let's go out and get them, basically. Yeah,
because, obviously what's interesting about this whole arrangement, again, for Abaddon, as we've kind of already set up, here is a character that ultimately is threading that needle between the different gods. Again, the great game, the thing that is kind of happening between the Chaos Gods on a regular basis is this never-ending spiral of conflict and, espionage and sabotage and just all sorts of insanity, right? Like the things that happen between those 4 air quotation mark gods is really quite problematic, I suppose, could be a interesting turn of phrase for it. But Abaddon obviously saw through what happened with Horus, the way they made Horus into a puppet, the way that he essentially abandoned all of his martial tradition in favor of utilizing all of these, demonic powers in order to try and seize victory. Abaddon knows and respects his kind of ways of waging warfare and is always attempting to stay kind of pure to that ideology. And as a result has rejected majoritively the Chaos Gods. But the Chaos Gods, because of that rejection, consistently try and shower him with gifts to essentially really tempt him to one of the 4 gods. So to encounter a character like Vashtor, who speaks plainly to him and says, I want to be a god, is a real rarity within the ways that those whole kind of things happen, which kind of indicates to you that either Vastor is not being entirely honest about his motivations, or Vastor is heavily unlikely to be successful in his pursuits, because 9 times out of 10, if you are that naive or speak that openly and honestly as a demon, you're probably, maybe not quite cut out for godhood. So really interesting in terms of how that whole thing is played out. It's cool the way that ABADDON, continues to kind of have dominion over these like godly entities. I think, you got to understand ABADDON during the events preceding the heresy and now within the timeline, went on a campaign to get fealty from all the different demon primarchs, for God's sakes. He went out there and basically was like, oi, calm down or pledge your allegiance to me, effectively. And again, this is a guy with some serious motivation. So for him to see potential in Vashtor and to actually go into a scheme with him means that he is either seeing an opportunity to manipulate things to his advantage, or it potentially is just kind of, Vashtor playing on ABADDON's, martial pride, potentially. Who knows what is transpiring between the two of these characters. But really interesting that they would have ABADDON go into an allegiance with a demon aspiring to become a god, given that is kind of objectively what he doesn't like. But
yeah, I think he likes the fact that he's just not clearly in cahoots with any of the existing.
To the best of his knowledge.
He's got his own agenda, and that's, yes, to the best of his knowledge. So, and obviously he's very wary of it as well. In fact, that leads on to the next bit. So it then goes months later. So we've sort of skipped ahead a little bit in terms of time because we need to. So we're on the Vengeful Spirit. ABADDON's chatting with his two sidekick fellows, Zorphus, who's a sorcerer, and Falcus Kybor, who's a very cool Terminator bodyguard, who we first see in the very first few pages because he bursts into the oculum area when the alert goes off and make sure ABADDON's okay at that point. And they're discussing whether ABADDON should actually trust Vashtor. And then we see the site ahead of them is the Stygian Heart, which is the first, it's not the very first one, but it's the one we see. It's the Ark of Omen, or one of the Arks of Omen. There's many of them being built all over. They're basically obscenely large space hulks, as all space hulks are, but they're being decked out. So they're having engines, weapon systems installed onto the outside of the hulks, and they're going to be piloted by members or people loyal to ABADDON. I think it's Zorphus is saying, why don't we have these ships piloted by our Black Legionnaires? Why aren't they doing it? And ABADDON's like, I don't want to waste my men on these trivial matters collecting these key fragments. Like, I have other minions to do it. And basically he gets people to prove themselves worthy. Basically anyone, because these space hulks are all infested, not just with gene stealers, but other Xenos, other strange things, maybe even demonic entities themselves. And he's basically like, any person who's loyal can come and claim one of these ships for me. They've got to fight and clean out the majority of the ship themselves in which to pilot it. You do me a solid, basically, and get the key fragment that I'm after, but then this ship's yours. So it's a mighty prize that everyone wants, and people, cultists, traitor factions, traitor marines, all of that sort, come and try and take it over, basically. And then we talk about the Arks of Omen themselves, and that they're going to be used to find the key fragments, which in turn, air quotes, will lead to a weapon of such imaginable power that it would allow the wielder to change the fate of the galaxy, is what it says. And the way they find the keys, so it's another sort of simple MacGuffin. Every key has a unique warp signature, which they can use to find them. Each key is unique and can look like mundane items. So they already know the locations of all the keys. Vashtor has supplied them with these warp signatures, which just means they know where they are, basically. But they don't necessarily know what they look like, I guess. And we'll explain how they find them when they go down to the planets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So each Ark of Omen gets installed with a bunch of stuff, which they explain in more detail, but I'll just briefly go over them. So you get wardings, which is like sort of seals to protect the ships. They get flesh metal ganglios, which is the control network created by Vashtor. He creates them to link all these systems together. There's a warp portal, which only Vashtor and ABADDON know the true purpose of it, but basically once they've claimed a key fragment, whoever's carrying the key fragment can go through this warp portal to, I guess, mysteriously appear to wherever Abaddon or Vastor are to give them the key fragment. So it's a bit of a Stargate type effect in that respect, in which they can deliver the keys. There's the Oblixane, which is it's basically a dark version of the Astronomicon. It's like an ability in which they can help navigate through the warp in sort of anti-Astronomicon, dark version of the Astronomicon. And then there's a bunch of additional systems, so weapons, shields, Vox arrays, and then there's the Ferryman, which is the demonic pilot who's effectively plugged into the ship, and he will be the person that will pilot the ship on behalf of whichever crew has decided to take it over. And then, while more arcs are being built, over a dozen have already been created in this first wave. Each one is accompanied by a Chaos fleet, rivaling the size of the Indomitus Crusade fleets, of battle groups. And these are called Bale fleets. So, one Ark of Omen will be surrounded with hundreds, if not thousands, of ships. Basically, loads of people gather to them to take part in the fights that are going to happen. So these are effectively like the anti-Indomitus Crusade ships. So, the good guys with the Indomitus Crusades are flying out there, but basically Abaddon's got his own anti-version of them to go out and capture these key fragments. He's also hidden Alpha Legion operatives within all the Bell fleets, which I quite like, because Abaddon doesn't even necessarily trust all the Chaos commanders, because he knows there's going to be infighting, and he gets the Alpha Legion operatives to basically, at all costs, get the key fragment if something was to go wrong. There's also slave psychers get augmented with insectile demon helms, which allow them to follow the key fragment warp signatures. And there's a fantastic piece of artwork in the book where you can see them. They've got these weird, sort of strange domes on their heads. And they're the people that have to go down to the planet and literally locate the actual key fragment for them, so they can find whatever the piece is.
Amazing. May I ask a question, Phil?
Yes.
Space Hulks. So you talked at the start about them, and you kind of presume that everyone knows why Space Hulks are these massive things. And obviously you talked about the fact that they were kitted out with weapons, but I would assume that not everyone would appreciate that would be an oddity. Although it's not uncommon for Space Hulks to have weapons, on them. But it is uncommon for those weapons to actually be operational, or even crewed in order to do it. So effectively, under normal circumstances, a Space Hulk is basically just debris. So effectively, if you imagine that out there in space, there are thousands of vessels fighting in this endless war for millennia, at some point, after those wars have kind of concluded, bits of those ships are probably going to be swirling around in the nothing together. And it's highly probable that they're going to be in relative close proximity. So effectively, through the passage of time, these Space Hulks end up basically smushing together and becoming these vast kind of treasure troves of different ships. So you've got everything from Aeldari to Imperium to Tau, potentially, all just, get smashed up together into a big old wad. And that will normally pose problems to planetary systems and other things, because obviously these things are massive under normal circumstances, and when they enter an atmosphere or enter a system, they're usually going to end up colliding with something and causing a lot of bother. And then usually when they do that as well, that is equally a problem, because within them is usually all sorts of nastiness that you want nothing to do with. Famously gene stealers, but as Phil said earlier, could be other things. What is unique about the Arks of Omen is not only are the Arks of Omen Space Hulks, but they're Space Hulks of Space Hulks, right? So they're even bigger than your average Space Hulk, as I understood it.
Possibly. I mean, I get the feeling that all Space Hulks, like the reason why they get smushed together to become, let's call them space potatoes, is because of the warp. Like they when ships get lost in the warp, or even normally crewed ones go through the warp, sometimes they get lost. But what is happening is, I believe, the warp is the thing that's like fusing these ships together, sort of melding them together to be these weird floating husk oddities. But yeah, some still have people on them. Obviously, the kill team stuff, the Shadow Vaults. Hold on, I've got
the Shadow Vaults, yeah.
Into the Dark Shadow Vault. Basically, with that, little side note, and I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. What's odd about that is it's about a Space Hulk. It's not about an Ark of Omen. So it's a similar setting, but the two have nothing in common as far as I'm aware. But with that one, it's a Space Hulk that lots of people are just regularly attacking, lots of explorers, and that's quite often with a lot of the Space Hulks. So, Space Marines will teleport on board because they want to clean out a gene stealer cult infection, because they're not gene stealer infection, because they just want to deal with it. But the kill teams scenario is a lot of like piratical warbands, the Corsairs, the Kroot, for example, are just warbands trying to strip it of resources. Most people, because there's great archaeotech on board these ships, so that's worth the risk of going on board and fighting them. The Adeptus Arbites actually just crash into it. They come out of the warp and they can't sort of slow down. They crash into the ship. And as that happens, they're like alpha level, supreme, dangerous psyker that they're transporting to an Inquisitor escapes. And they're like, oh God, we've got to go in now to the ship, into the Space Hulk, to try and capture this psyker again. So yeah, there's lots of reasons why people might end up attacking these Space Hulks. So they're very big and dangerous as it is. So I think size-wise, they're probably the same. But what makes these more scary is they're being retrofitted with engines so they can direct them by the ferryman. They're having shields installed. They're having guns attached to them, which normally, yes, they might have some guns on them because they were once ships, but the majority of those won't necessarily be functioning. And that's the interesting thing now, that like Vastral's gut himself is literally flying around in space with his hammer, crackling them to like fix things and creating these little tendrils to join up all these systems. So most of the newer functioning stuff is being just bolted onto the existing Space Hulks. So they don't necessarily have to go in too much into them, because the further in you go, almost like the more dangerous it's going to be. Indeed.
Yeah, so interesting on the Space Hulk side of things. Again, just to say, I think I feel like the other race that is consistently kind of known for weaponizing Space Hulks is also Orcs. So they kind of use them as like transport networks.
Because they do it with like giant asteroids as well.
Yeah, effectively they are Space Hulks, but they are just basically, but they're of a different type, in so much as that's how they kind of hurl themselves from place to place. They kind of just get on these things and get going. Although they did famously use a Space Hulk type moon-like structure that they built during the War of the Beast. So that essentially manifested, translated into space outside of Terra, and essentially caused a lot of bother during the events of the War of the Beast, with the Imperial Fists and all the other various things that were going, oh goodness gracious me, there appears to be Orcs on our doorstep. Oh dearie dear. But that was very different. They almost used like webway technology, as I understood it, or to basically appear out of nowhere, which is pretty mad. Yeah, I think it was webway, some kind of teleportation thing, basically. It was pretty mad. But that isn't what's happening here. So let's get on with the next bit of the old story, Phil.
Yeah, so next we talk about, so it's the Battle of Cortusa Free, which is basically Lord Golthorg and his Sons of Rot. So they're this Death Guard band who are leading one of the Arks of Omen. They're forced to retreat back to their Ark because the fighting is too tough. But the Alpha Legionnaires that are secretly hidden within his ranks create basically false Vox orders that basically force all the chaos that are on the planet to attack rather than retreat back. And it's like by the luck of the draw, it basically catches all the defenders off guard, which allows the Alpha Legion, basically their kind of SEAL team style, to go in, steal the key fragment while all the fighting's happening, and then they get escape in a stolen shuttle, and they go back to the Ark, where they can sort of go through the warp portal to hand off the key fragment to Abaddon and Vashdor. So there's a cool little story. It's sort of paying off the bit earlier where they go, he's hidden these Alpha Legionnaires within the Arks of Omen, and just showing you sort of what that does. We then skip on to some Aeldari Farseers contacting Inquisitor Cotiez, who was Inquisitor that gets talked about in previous books. And they basically have visions of fate, and they ask for his help. And they actually talk about how loads of the inquisitorial bases around the galaxy actually contain key fragments, because obviously quite often these are like obscure relics and artifacts of mysterious note. So the Imperium sort of feels like these attacks are mostly random, but I think the Inquisition is clocking to the fact that these seemingly random attacks on these random planets to get these key fragments are actually more coordinated than they first appear, because I think the Inquisitor's noting they're attacking a lot of our secret bases, so something is up. And I think basically the Elder Farseers contact him and say, we want some help, and he's basically like, nah, I don't need it. And you're lucky I'm gonna let you live. Basically, he's like, you can go back with your life in hand. But when they disappear off, he then contacts other people and is like, okay, we need to look into this and see what's going on, because something is clearly happening. Then the next segment is called Reprisals, which talks about gives basically how some of the arcs actually get attacked, and which this is sort of starting to set up the boarding action rules to an extent, and in terms of what you're fighting over. So it gives examples of how the arcs get attacked by Imperial and Xenos defenders. Enslavers is a race that's mentioned, which is a pre-existing one within the lore, and a new race called the Calvasi, they get mentioned, are basically when the arcs go into their territory, these new races and, existing races attack the arc. So these are people able to attack the arcs themselves because they're in their territory, if that makes sense. And then there's one arc enters real space directly into a High Fleet Kraken tendril. So that is another example of why the Tyranids would attack these arcs, because they just end up in the way or accidentally end up with all these Tyranids. And they also then talk about how Xenos Raiders just attack them anyway, because they're in search of this archaeotech treasure within them. So they're like being the plucky ones to risk their lives, because it's not just a regular Space Hulk. It's like a Bale fleet full of these chaos people. So they're trying to attack them. There's a cool bit of artwork in the book as well, which features a Castius Assault Ram, which is a fantastic Forge World kit that I wish they still sold, which was a nice touch, because that hasn't been available for many, many years. It's discontinued, but might come back in plastic with the Horus Heresy range. But it's cool that it exists still in the lore, and it got featured in the artwork, because that's one of the ships most notably featured within... I'm trying to think of the famous... animation, Astartes, because that's the one that basically that's what does boarding actions basically, beyond like the little assault pods that you might get. And then they do a few stories of these attacks that happen. So Dante boards one only to discover everyone on board is already dead, and that heretical Astartes are killed by bolter rounds, while others by some great blade. Ooh. And then they talk about biomechanical infestations on the ship with wilted plant life. And no one, when they first talked about this, knew what that meant. But I've worked it out.
Oh, yeah?
It's the lion himself. So the idea is, because obviously they talk about the lion, when they're previewing his rules, talked about his like forest walking. Yes. and how he can teleport about from place to place. And as he does so, plant life appears and springs up. And this is what this is. This is an example of how he himself, I guess, maybe with other people, I don't know, or if it's just him, has come on board this ark, literally murdered everyone on board, and then disappeared again. And Dante goes on only to see the aftermath of it, which was a kind of cool bit, because it was like one of a few unknowns of this story, where people were speculating if it was like Exodites or Elder, but then they specifically call out Great Blades, which is obviously his sword, and then bolter rounds, because obviously Space Marines. So that was a nice little payoff, I thought. They also do talk about stories with Aeldari, including Corsairs and Exodites teaming up to attack Battlefleets as well. And then they talk about the Inquisitions actively working with and disseminating information to Space Marine chapters, because basically they work out that while Guard is plentiful, the Space Marines and Sisters of Battle, the Adeptus Sororitas, prove to be the most useful when attempting to board the Arks, and they suspect partly because obviously the armour, they're more skilled, but also I think the faith that they have for the Sisters and Space Marines. So that was kind of a nice little touch where they talk about them rather than just Imperial Guard.
Nice.
They also talk about how even Chaos Warbands attack other arcs. So there's a lot of internal rivalry. Sometimes they're jockeying for position because obviously it's such a prize. Some want it themselves more than others. So there's a lot of infighting going on. And then, so Abaddon attacks Cyron Tertius personally, and he sort of feels like he's forced to, because one of the arcs gets scuttled by Cornate Demonkin. So Cornate Demonkin clearly don't care who's on that arc and completely destroy it, basically. So Abaddon basically still calls the defenders. Oh, this is where he talks about the Cadians, and they should not be using it as a badge of honor, and they should be using it as a badge of shame. Because it's like, you Cadians, you lost your planet, basically. Why do you still call yourself that?
Well, you know, it never really fell, did it? It's still going. Cadia stands.
Yeah, so there's a bit where I did a little quote because I thought it was so good. He goes, "I broke your pathetic planet," he roared, his vox-amplified voice rebounding like thunder from the mounted slopes. "You are the felled orphans of a murdered world. If I must break you 100 times before you vermin learn your place, then I shall do so." So yeah, he's obviously not happy about that. And there's like a really cool scene where he is fighting them on this bridge, and he literally uses Drachnaean, and he uses it to bat away a grenade, and basically blows up the door where all these sheltering Cadians are.
Didn't Abaddon's home planet, old... I've just completely forgotten the name of it, but the planet of the Lunar Wolves / Sons of Horus get destroyed.
Well, yeah. So that's the Siphon. What is it called? It's
Cataphron.
It's the new Horus Heresy campaign book is all about it.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes, it is. Oh, God, what is the name of it? It is Caphonia. That's the name of it.
Caphonia,
yes.
That's it.
Didn't that get blown up by the Imperium after the events of the Heresy?
I don't know. I assume
it got like purged and stuff after the fact. So, you know, he can talk, can't he?
Exactly. And then the last bit just sets up book 2. So once they've done this, Vashtor interrupts Abaddon, saying they need to go to Malak Bel to get an important key fragment, but it's impossible to do it due to the Defender's 4th Crusade fleet that's there, which is Quintus, which is what gets talked about in the book Angron. But basically, Abaddon laughs it off, and he basically says, "I don't need to go there because I know something about the planet that Vashtor doesn't," and it's just hinting that it's Angron. Like, he's already got someone big enough to deal with it.
I got my best man on the job.
Exactly. And as that happens, Abaddon resumes the battle. These obliterators teleport in, and the slave psychers that he's using find the key fragment that's hidden inside a pillar, and they find a stone chalice, and that's that key fragment, and that's where the book ends.
Ooh. So there we go. Intriguing beginning to the beginnings of the Arks of Omen. So essentially, ABADDON is in a pact with Vashtor, although clearly within the confines of chaos, not everyone really trusts each other. There's a lot of shenanigans going on between them, so all sorts of things can and will occur as the narrative starts to mature, I suppose. So in the next episode, we will talk through the events of Angry Ron and everything that kind of goes from there. Phil, not to spoil the next book, because I know you have actually read it already, but...
I'm about halfway through, or a bit over halfway through.
Fair. But, you know, how are you finding it so far narratively? As a setup, the ABADDON premise, what's your vibe so far?
Yeah, I like it. I feel like the key fragment concept is very MacGuffin-y. Like, it's something you don't know what it is. I guess you don't really care. Will it have an exciting payoff, I guess, is my biggest worry. Like, it's got to be interesting whatever happens at the end. But so far, I like it. I like the Arks of Omen as a kind of concept for creating these giant fleets. Yeah, part of me would like a bit more payoff from the previous Warzone books. Maybe we will see more of those going forwards, especially since the whole point of the Nachman Gauntlet one was Harkenwell Claimer with a massive fleet already going down that gauntlet to attack the Imperium. So I would love that to be paid off or talked about a bit later on, but I suspect it won't, and that will just be another campaign that they will go back to at some point when they want to.
Yeah, so what's interesting to me, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, but it's kind of a design philosophy thing from Games Workshop side, right? We know from the interviews out there with Jez and others that they lead with miniatures, and it often feels to me as if these stories are built around the miniatures that they want to release, as opposed to the miniatures serving the story. It feels like in the old days of Forge World campaign books, we used to be in situations where Forge World would craft narratives, and through those narratives, characters would be born. So if you look back to some of like the seminal campaigns of Forge World, the Badab War, the various Krieg, campaign books that you found, the early kind of adaptations of Horus Heresy and everything that kind of was built out of that, they effectively wove these campaign narratives and introduced key characters that was appropriate for the story. And because it was Forge World, they were able to build miniatures relatively painlessly. So when they were like, oh, the Astral Claws, they've got Huron, and he's in charge. We'll build a model for him. That's how that kind of works. Whereas weirdly, it often feels to me, and the reason why we end up in these situations where they don't really necessarily always pay off narratives, or it always feels like stuff kind of comes out from nowhere, is because they basically have gone, right, so for this release, we've got a new demon. You've got to come up with something for that. We're going to release the lion, so you've got to weave him in somewhere. Farsight's in there as well at some point. So, got to make him make sense. Also, Agron's going to get released, so maybe just sprinkle a bit of that in for good measure. And it's just that thing where it almost feels like so little of it ever becomes connected. And that's why we end up in these weird MacGuffin stories where it's like, how do we create a narrative scenario that can incorporate everything? And I think that's always one of the interesting things about these end time events. I still would love Games Workshop to be in a situation where, from a campaign perspective, they're just brave and say, this campaign is happening between the forces of the Orcs and the Tau, and that's it. That's your lot. It's an Orc Tau book. Crack on.
Yeah, I mean, they used to do that back in 6th and 7th edition, and I mean, even the Warzone books were very much like that. They weren't free
they weren't.
It wasn't just ever 2. It was like the Charadon ones. I think was Charadon was Deptus Mechanicus, Death Guard, but they also had Knights. And they also had...
but they always come up with a reason why everyone's there and having a party. It's always the same. It's always like it's all got to smoosh together. They never really just go...
Yeah, the one you
Here's the
never
thing.
see is Necrons. There's almost no Necrons in any of the campaigns. They
didn't even feature that
sprinkling.
heavily. They didn't even feature that heavily in the flipping Psychic Awakening, which was entirely about Necrons.
Yeah, well, I think the Psychic Awakening was a weird story because it was just overall about different psychic, literally awakenings, like the psychic maelstrom, every race getting more psychers, basically, and it was just individual stories that weren't really related whatsoever, and then the last one was a bit more focused on the Necrons, I think. And then again, the whole Pariah Nexus, a fantastic intro to 9th edition, and they haven't really followed it up or really talked about it. Obviously, there was like a bit of the I don't think the Warzone books talked about it, but the kind of one of the Crusade books, the very first one, was about that, but that was just missions. And then obviously one of the GT packs was called that, but doesn't really pay off with it in any sense. But it would have been great if the Warzone books would have carried on, I guess, because then it probably would have had one all about it.
Yeah, but I think genuinely, without being too ridiculous about it, the main issue is often that, again, because it's about the churn of miniatures, and, you know, the reason we got a story about Harken World Claimer, you know, 5 years ago was we got this new jump pad guy for Black Legion, get him out. Like, who is he? What's the point of him? And it's like, we got the new Calgar model coming, shoehorn some rules in for him somewhere, make him important to this story. And it's always that thing where it feels like a lot of the time we're in this weird scenario where everything's in service to the miniatures, whereas sometimes, especially when you're developing a rich narrative, you should maybe be a bit more narratively focused, because you end up with these narrative stories where effectively what we've got is Abaddon and Vashdor are getting the band back together to go on tour, looking for the MacGuffin to put together the ultimate weapon. You know, it's like such a sort of cliched story, which is weird because actually within a lot of the other kind of narratives that they've created outside of the confines of these big, almost world-ending moments, they can tell some really compelling stories. So it's always a shame when sometimes where it's all kind of just sort of smushed together like this. Not to say that I think this is innately bad. I actually think it's quite an interesting premise. But again, it's all the ways that I think the problem is the not sarcastic, but the kind of grimly kind of sort of pessimistic version of myself just looks at the whole kind of commercial aspect of it, where it's like, we want to sell some of these terrain kits, we want to sell these models, here's basically the range of models that we're bringing to market, narrative lore team, write some words that make all this make sense.
Yeah, it as you say, it's very much writing the process sort of backwards, right? But they do it very well, considering it's, and it might be there's a lot of back and forth, and it might be, here's the next load of model releases for the next year. From that, pick 5 big things to focus your story on. And they might, you know, I'd like to think they get a bit of choice. It's not just, you've got Valiant, you've got Angron, Vashtor, Farsight, have at it. Like that, you make a story with those 4 or 5 characters. Like, if they were that hamstrung, then the fact that they've done anything, you know, half decent is a miracle. So, you know, well done to them if that is literally their creative process. I hope it isn't, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it was. I think in a way they are also limited by the fact that they're like, this is the here and now, and everything from all of these models must be playable. It's like they had the big showdown that we talked about in Vigilus. It's like, we're bringing back Abaddon, let him do something really great. Okay, well, minus Calgar models also just come out, so let's have those two fight each other. And it's like, but neither of them can really win. And it's like they have pseudo killed off Calgar because he's been mortally wounded and disappeared. But wouldn't it have been great if Abaddon came back with his brand new model and they just they just killed off Calgar, and that would have elevated him to be like, he is the big bad that he's meant to be. But they're like, well, we can't just kill off Calgar because we've literally just done a new model for him, and people want to play with that model. Whereas with the Forge World books, at least it's always within like a confined, like historical setting from those stories. It's like, this story has happened. You can play with these characters and you know which ones have died off in the same way as the Horus Heresy. It's like, you can play Sons of Horus knowing they lose. But it's still cool to do that journey or to play historical missions and see if you can do better and win the battles that you lost in the story, for example. But it feels like they can't take that same ethos when it comes to the here and now of the current timeline, which is a shame. I sort of really wish they would, and I really wish they would go, here's a character, we've killed them off, but here's the model that you can still play with. And dare I say it, I want to bring up bolt action. I haven't done it in a while, Dan.
What?
But bolt action, and I still look at the books on my shelf to be like, I bought these years ago, but the books are still valid. Isn't that great? Because there's been no new edition for it. But apart from that, what they do is they do 3 distinct time periods within the war. You've got early war, mid war, late war. Some models are more relevant, and tanks for certain time periods because they got phased out or they didn't get created to the end of the war. So you can play within these neat time periods. And it's like, I would rather they do something like that for 40k. So basically you've got the Indomitus, you've got the Maelstrom, they kind of do it anyway, like the creation of the Great Rift, right? You've got before that and after that. Before that, you can't play with Primaris because Primaris weren't a thing. And after that, you can play with Firstborn, but maybe they're a lot rarer. And, Vastor's around in that time period. But you can also go, yeah, cool, here's Calgar before he got turned into Dreadnought because he got killed by Abaddon. So if you want to play with him as a human model, as a Space Marine, as an actual figure, you can do. But you'll be playing like pre the Great Rift. But if you want to play after the Great Rift, if you want to be historically accurate, yeah, he'd been a great big redemptor because he got killed by Abaddon, and that's where he is now. Like they could set it up like that so you can play with effectively dead models because you're doing it in different time periods. Time is a very abstract concept for 40k and very difficult for even them to get their heads around, I think, in terms of how they do it. And it actually gets covered, so we might talk about it a little bit in the next Angron book, because they talk about how all the different fleets keep their own time and stuff like that. So, yeah, they could do stuff like that, but they don't.
I mean, what I would say to that, I think I don't think we need a bolt action solution because bolt action is very historically accurate by design because it's obviously a game depicting real history, right? I think one of the beauties of 40k is the abstract nature of which they construct the timeline, and that leaves so much possibility for storytelling and so much possibility for fan interaction with that timeline. And that's what's important, right? Is that actually the events of the actual mainline story only frame the gameplay. They don't define it. So you ultimately can kill characters like Calgar and still have Calgar appear. And he can be Calgar to you, or he can be Jimmy Chapter Master, because at the end of the day, right, if Calgar dies in the narrative, the next bloke that takes up the role of Chapter Master will probably have the same armor, the same gauntlets, the same guns, right? Like,
they just need to sell a head upgrade. Swap the head out.
Exactly, or just literally just be like, we just, narratively, but then we sell a Calgar model and whatever happens, happens. You can be whatever they want. I would have loved, and I keep saying it because I'm going to keep saying it, I would love if that new Dante model had come in a box and on the box it had said Bill, like some completely new version of a different
chapter. Dante isn't Dante, but someone wearing the Dante armor because Dante died.
Yes.
I mean, because I'm coming around to the idea of, let's say Commissar Yarrick is dead.
Yes.
Okay, they killed him off, right? But still give me a new model. Make a model for him because he's so iconic. Loads of people, especially people in my age, love him. He was the one hero of the Imperial Guard, and he still should be. And there still should be stories about him. He should still be playable in a sort of, even though he's dead, context. It's the way, Tycho's been dead, but they've been giving him rules for years, even though he died ages ago in
Yeah.
the lore. And it's like, just do that with Commissar Yarrick and other characters. Kill off the great characters, but still keep them around in the model range. And I think they don't want to do that. They don't want to kill off people, but then have models available for that thing. But then you get to that story problem of you can never do anything big. Well, I say this, but they destroyed Cadia. They killed Commissar Yarrick. They've got a thing against Guard, right? They didn't kill
the only
Baal.
thing they kill off.
They didn't kill Blood Angels off. They didn't kill Baal, even though it pretty much got all destroyed by the Tyranid fleet. Like, they could have gone, yeah, Baal is destroyed, 100%. They're now a
fleet
chapter that is on, a fleet chapter. They float around in space, and that would make more narrative sense, especially when the fact that they're in the Imperial Nihilists and need to actually go out and, start reclaiming territory, and that, Dante is the head of the Imperial Nihilists now. So they could do big things like that, but it feels like when it comes to Space Marines, they're so precious they don't want to. But when it comes to something like Guard, they're like, oh, whatever, just kill them off. We don't mind.
I would love it if in the Results of the Lion, right, the book The Lion comes out, and the Lion just kills Abaddon, just kills him. Love it. I would love it if they just went, Abaddon's dead, move on. It'd be brilliant.
They're 100% not going to do that.
No, I know that, but I would love it if they did.
Understand.
Or if Abaddon kills the Lion. I'd be even happier with that.
That'd be
brilliant. Hey, I've turned up after being asleep for ages. Cool, now you're dead. Oh, great. That would be amazing. Do that. Just, surprise me. Do something mad. But Dante's still my number one on the needs to die list.
The old hit list, Unfortunately, not going to happen either.
But it should happen.
Should and could.
Dante should die. Who else do I think desperately needs to die in 40k? Aldred Olfran needs to die. Farsight needs to die. What is that about? He's only supposed to be alive for 20 years. He's been going for forever.
Going on strong.
Yeah, so Farsight needs to die, as does Shadow Sun by the same extension.
You're basically, you want to kill off everyone.
Not everyone at all.
Well, here's the thing. I think by killing off some of the big players, it does give them more creative license to be like, cool, let's just create someone new now to sort of fill that big bad, for the Orcs or for the Chaos or whoever.
Yeah. Who do I think should live? That's the actual question.
Yarrick.
No, Yarrick is and should remain dead. I think who should remain alive? Mephiston could carry on being alive. He can carry on in there. I don't know. The topic of it, which characters feel like they should still be alive, is a different topic altogether.
That's true. Well, maybe you can make that as a special Patreon video as bonus content at some point.
Exactly.
I was going to bring it back to the story again and sort of.
Oh, okay. Let's wrap it up.
Bits that are good and bad. They do whisk through a lot of stuff, and this is something that happens that I noticed in the Angron book. But I'm just going to say it because it's like a general sort of writing style that sometimes they're very overly wordy about stuff, and it's the show don't tell scenario. So there's literally a whole paragraph in Angron where they're talking about the mustering of this fleet, and it's Captain so-and-so is commanding this certain type of frigate class ship, and this is the name of the ship, and then this other captain with this other class of ship is flying, and insert name of this ship, and it went on for like 5 or 6 different ships and captains and admirals, and I'm like, that's very long and boring. Whereas I think back how they do it in the Forge World books is there'd have been a little pull-out box, a little table, and it'd been ships in this battle or whatever, and it would have had literally a column with all the captain names, all the ship classes, and all the ship names. Like, that is how you present that information in a much more succinct and digestible way, instead of just columns and columns of, narrative text, which is what I feel like they love a bit too much in this book. Overall, it's good though. I would say it's overall better than the Warzone books as a story arc, but with the Forge World books, they go into way much more detail about like small minutiae of individual stories and battles, whereas they skip over loads of cool, interesting stuff because there's such a big, grand sort of load of information, load of story that they've got to get through. And I sort of worry that, like, they sort of wrap up ABADDON here, but we probably, I guess, won't hear about him until the very last book again. And it's like, okay, I was hoping it would be a bit more focused on ABADDON and stuff. And another point is, this is all about boarding actions, attacking the Arks of Omen. But surely it should all be about fighting battles on these planets to get the keys. Surely all these missions should be these great epic, like, fights on citadels and fortresses with the Chaos players attacking all these other races to get the keys, and that's what your big battle about. And it's just weird that they've then flipped it on its head. A story that's solely about Chaos being the big bad and attacking people. The actual bit that you play is about being everyone else attacking Chaos. It's like they flip the narrative on its head a little bit. And it's like you could have the boarding actions be set more on the planets, but still using the same scenery and stuff like that. So that was my one, like, little kind of quirky nitpick, is like, oh, why is it about attacking the Arks? And when actually that's such a small, like, the majority of the story isn't about the Arks being attacked at all. They mention that it does happen, but it's predominantly about the Arks in these massive fleets going off to attack planets and other ships and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I hear you, mate. It's almost like, again, they were like, oh yeah, sorry, we forgot to mention the whole thing that this book's got a massive rules section on. So that does happen as well, don't worry. We'll get back to that later. Yeah, no, it's interesting, mate. No, I agree with everything you've said. Anyway, look, there you go. That was our first foray into the world of Arks of Omen lore. I hope you enjoyed it. I assume you might have done, because you've listening at this bit, so that implies you kind of made it all the way through, so thanks for that. Look forward to our Agron update next time, but between now and then we're going to move on to whatever comes next. Transitional noise. Core blimey, that's the end of yet another podcast, episode 152. More or less done, if not for this bit now. Well, we're going to talk about Dante first of all, aren't we, Phil? Because we didn't talk about Dante before.
No, we forgot.
We forgot.
Or we just skimmed over it because we had enough models to talk about in that episode. But now
indeed.
We've got a bit more time.
What's the deal with that there, Dante, then? So the history of Dante from the broader kind of model release perspective is that apparently some person received brand new Dante in the post. That's basically how it went.
Yes, the reason why the model leaked and then Games Workshop revealed the sort of actual proper photography, non-potato cams they like to call it, early, was a guy had ordered old Dante, had been sent new Dante, clearly also had time. I don't know how long he spent doing it, but he also painted up his Dante and then posted a picture of both the box and his completed and painted mini. No, he wasn't like a painting influencer or anything like that, just regular guy. I think he had done an order. How that mix-up happened, who knows? It does happen. It's happened in the past quite a few times. But now, weirdly, if they're going to this automated system, maybe it was a mix-up with that. Maybe it was a disgruntled employee thinking, I don't want this person gypped out of a purchase, because literally new Dante would have been out in a month or so. So maybe they're like, oh, look, it's here on the shelf. I'll give that to him. It's my last day at work. Maybe they're both sitting on the shelf next to each other and the person just picked the wrong one, because they might not even play 40k and know which is a new release, because that probably happens.
I mean, it's highly improbable that all the warehouse staff at Games Workshop, given the scale of their operation, are aficionados of the game, I would say. I mean, I'm sure a great many are, and I imagine Games Workshop does a fantastic job of encouraging their employees to engage in the hobby in some way, shape or form. But needless to say, it's likely that that this individual had no idea what they were sending out was not the miniature that the individual purchased, because they're awfully similar, it's fair to say, what with the name and the visuals and every other little bit and piece of it.
Yeah, it's a very, very similar pose. It's like quintessential redo that they've been doing a lot of lately, in a good way, I think, for a lot of minis, like the Terminators. It's just an HD version of a standard definition miniature, where it's a bit crisper, it's a bit bigger, it's all round a bit nicer, but ultimately the same thing.
I think they've done a better job with this guy than they did with Azrael. I think Azrael still sort of stands out to me as one of the weaker Chapter Master redos. Helbrecht is still number one to me, but Dante's done a pretty good job, to be fair. I think the Dante model will now potentially reside in the number 2 slot after Helbrecht, and then...
Yeah.
Well, they've only done... How many Chapter Masters have they done now? 5 in Primaris form? So there's Shrike, Calgar, Dante, Azrael, and... maybe only 4
Have
then.
they done because they've done a captain for the
Grimaldus.
Salamanders. Oh, yes.
Yeah, but that wasn't... Yeah, so...
It wasn't Chapter Master.
Chapter Master-wise, I'm pretty sure the only Chapter Master miniatures that they did... for the last lot of Marines were the Chapter Master of the Ultramarines, Marnius Calgar, and the Chapter Master of the Raven Guard, Shrike. Oh, and the Chapter Master of the White Scars. He's there. He's a Chapter Master, isn't he? Khan?
No.
Korosoru Khan? That is a Chapter Master.
Is he a Chapter Master?
I'm pretty sure he's a Chapter Master. Yeah.
Okay.
He might not be. You're a White Scars player, technically. You probably know more than I.
True. I can't remember who's actual Chapter Master. It's definitely... I'm trying to think, hold on. I'll look up his keywords, because surely it would say Chapter Master somewhere.
Well, it will do, yeah. It'll have a Chapter
Actually,
Master
thinking
rule.
about it from a rules point of view, he probably is a Chapter Master.
I think he is, but, let me know if I'm wrong. But the point is if those 6 or so are the only Chapter Master minis available, I'd put Halbrecht at the top of the pile, Dante at number 2. I'd probably put the Khan at number 3. Then... Ooh...
Oh, no, I was right. He's just a captain.
Is he just a captain? All right, the Khan can leave the list.
Yeah, I think he's of the... I don't know. I would say second company, but I'm not rightly sure.
So you got Helbrecht, probably number 1. Dante, number 2. And then, I suppose you've got literally just Shrike, Azrael, and Calgar. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
captain of the third company.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, I don't know between the 3 of those which is worse, whether it's Calgar or
Shrike.
Azrael or Shrike. I think Shrike is probably the worst, isn't he?
Probably my least favourite out of the 3 of them.
But in the past, I said that I thought Azrael was the worst. But, since actually seeing the model in reality, it's not quite as bad as I thought. It's still not good. But it's, But when you see models like the Dante model here, it's just a different league with it. I'm surprised as well. You've seen the size comparisons of this Dante model?
No.
Oh, okay. So the guy who got it pictured it against some stuff. I'm curious because I've been looking at some size comparisons. I get the vibe that this Dante model is likely to be bigger than the Lion or stand taller than the Lion.
No. Oh, yeah, height-wise, because he's, flying.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. When you actually look at him up on his plinth there.
But he's objectively going to be quite small, I think.
By the way, have you ever seen anyone run a Redemptor Dreadnought against an old Dreadnought lately?
What, as in fighting against them?
Yeah. So actually,
no, it's quite rare to see the classic Dreadnoughts on the tabletop.
So I was playing my Blood Angels the other day, and I took out a Death Company Dreadnought. And I was playing against someone who was also running Space Marines with a Brutalis Dreadnought.
Oh, one of the new ones, nice.
And the 2 of those fighting each other was hilarious. Because it literally... The Death Company Dreadnought is so small against the Brutalis.
Yeah,
it's
I can imagine.
unbelievable. It's just crazy. But anyway, sorry. The Dante sculpt. Look, I heard some people complaining about the head sculpt. I have to admit, it's probably one of the elements of the miniature that I can understand being divisive. I think if there was a more kind of traditional helmeted version of this, it would be infinitely cooler than having the death mask of Sanguinius, which in this instance is slightly let down by the weird bonnet of hair that kind of sits on it. When you look at like the overall mini, it's an interesting variable, but
I assume
I still
that's
love it
because it was on the original mini and they wanted to keep the death mask as
well. They have to keep it, right?
Similar,
that's a
similar as
quintessential
possible.
element.
Yes,
Yeah.
a bit like when I was talking about the helmet that Azrael had, I was like, oh, look, it's an old firstborn one, but it's because it's the relic. What's interesting is like the original sort of halo, like iron halo, or just general halo that was much more like attached to the death mask in the original version is now sort of behind him, so it sort of frames him better, but isn't. I don't think it's on the backpack. It still looks like it's facing the direction of his head, but it's not. It's not attached to the head in the same way, which is slightly different. And then he's got the most notable difference is he's got like a sort of more Primaris style backpack, like jump pack. I mean,
well, you say that though, it's nowhere near as Primaris-y as the one Shrike has.
True, but it looks a bit like more like an Inceptor backpack, but not quite. There's a few little differences, but yeah, it's very similar to an Inceptor backpack.
Well, yeah, because like,
but with the top like vents of the classic sort of marine one that goes over the back shoulders.
Yeah, because Shrike's backpack is a series of 4 smaller thrusters with the vein, the kind of
little fins
and stuff. Whereas this is basically a traditional jump pack with the fins added in for good measure, which is, I think, a really good design decision. I think that's a really nice merger between the two kind of periods. And hopefully, if we do see jump pack Space Marines again soon, that this is the kind of design that we're going to be seeing them favour going forwards. But look, I like it a lot. I think the miniature is just sort of oozing with lovely details. I've heard on the grapevine, from a rules perspective, he's basically the same as he is currently with some extra wounds and attacks, which means that he's probably not going to necessarily light too many fires, given the fact that Dante's axe is one of the weirdest things. So the axe mortalis, I think it's called, or something along those lines. It's a damage 2 axe, which always feels like a real letdown when you're running Dante, because you're like, oh, this super awesome relic axe, damage 2. So the same as any kind of relic axe. Okay. So the fact that that is seemingly staying the same, so says the rumours, that's a bit of a letdown, because it would have been nice for him to a bit more damage output. But at the end of the day, who really cares what his rules are now going forwards? Because a few months from now, it's all getting rewritten. So it's a relatively moot point what he is today, because very soon tomorrow will come and the rules for Dante will be more compelling, hopefully, for everything to that extent. So yeah, I'm excited to see how these changes come into effect with the new edition. But the Dante Mini is super nice. I really like, just to say, one of the details I really enjoyed on the miniature is the way that they painted the Death Company Marine helmet on the ground. I thought that was actually a really cool detail, because typically Death Company armor is adorned with really neat red crosses, right? Like they've clearly gotten out the stencils and done the best job they possibly can in making the most neatest, red crosses they can construct. So it's actually really cool to see a Death Company helmet where it has maybe been painted on with a little bit more functionality, as it were. It's a bit more accurate to how you might imagine.
That's true, yeah. It's sort of literally hand painted on the eve of battle, as opposed to mass manufactured, very neat armour to look like it. It does beg the question: why do Blood Angels have an exhaustive supply of black armor when all of their armor's red? So someone's dip dyeing all of that armor black. So you could say they could make neat stencils for the crosses.
Well, I kind of almost like the idea of, again, we end up in, because I would love to see, on the topic of Blood Angels, I would love to see a new Death Company kit for Primaris.
Oh yeah,
Blood Angels. Because I think the problem is when you look at the Death Company intercessors that they are kind of proposing now, it's like a kit bash using the Blood Angels upgrade sprue, right? So it's just a unit of intercessors with a Blood Angels upgrade sprue. And the weird thing about that is that you've got their kind of stoic, under control, beautiful Blood Angel heads, where it's basically, the idea of the Blood Angels is that they do a really good job of suppressing the rage. And that's kind of personified in the appearance of them, their helmetless Marines. And it's weird when you look at that as a squad and you go, oh, cool, there you go, in terms of like the official artwork, because obviously all the crosses are really neatly painted and the dudes are wielding bolt guns looking all very well behaved. I feel like really we need to move into a scenario where actually now, Death Company need to look a little bit more frothing at the mouth, they need to look a little bit more like the berserk, angry people that they are. So I'd love to see a Death Company kit realised for just the fact that I think they're just a really awesome, squad. So I'd love to see that better realised. But
it sort of makes sense that they would. Sanguinary Guard seem like an obvious choice to get the upscale into Primaris as well, especially since it's a crazy popular kit at the moment as well. So yeah, I can imagine, because if they're doing the Lion now, I expect they'll be doing a couple of Dark Angel units to go alongside them, and then with Dante it sort of makes sense that you would get some other unit upgrades happening as well. Although saying that, with the Lion, you got the Lion Guard, which was just some Blade Guard minis, so who knows?
Oh yeah, God, that was such a letdown, wasn't it? The Lion's Guard. It's like, and again, obviously, I don't actually think they've officially revealed that yet, but they talk about it in an article where they talk about the Lion's Guard. And I think, just to give him some regular Blade Guard without even, special shields or, armor decoration was like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, a simple shield and head upgrade set would have been nice, and the sort of minimum that they needed to do to have done something rather than completely new sculpts. I think they're just trying to push Blade Guard as these can work in any chapter. You just need to paint them in those colours. Here you go, as yet another example. But yeah, I think for me, because the one bugbear I've always had about the Blade Guard is the shields are specifically Indomitus Crusade shields, along with the symbol on their gauntlets and stuff like that. So having some non-Indomitus era stuff or something tied towards specific factions would be cool.
You raise a really good point actually about the overabundance of Indomitus markings, because you're right, it's like, realistically, why would the Lion care about the fact being guarded by a bunch of Indomitus veterans? It's like, what is that to him? It's
I guess, but we were just talking about time periods. I guess the Blade Guard were created during for the Indomitus Crusade, so therefore all the shields have this Indomitus markings on them, and even going forwards, these will now be like relics of the Indomitus era. So it's sort of stamped very much within that time and space, which will be interesting to see go forwards. But it would be nice to have custom kits for little upgrades for all the different specific chapters. I mean, I guess the third party bits market will have that down, or does already, since Blade Guard have been out for ages. I make my own hoplite-esque shields for my Minotaurs just to make my Blade Guard look more Minotaurs. So I'm sure there's others out there for other chapters as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing though, isn't it? It's like, when it comes to the Blade Guard as a squad. Well, one of the things I was going to say, I had a mad theory for a while where I thought that Games Workshop were actually playing a blinder and distributed a non-updated Lion Guard box set just to see if anyone still leaked it. So I figured that maybe the situation is that they just sent a generic Blade Guard squad with a lion for the influencers see to discover if one of them would leak it still, which obviously one of them did. So, it might be an interesting thing because maybe when they finally reveal them, and this still could happen, probably not, when they finally do reveal the Lion's Guard, they go, hey, look, surprise, actually, it's a unique squad of 3 Blade Guard-esque miniatures that go specifically with Dark Angels. And you'll be like, oh, interesting. But I don't think that's happening. But, Dark Angels, I think, for me, at the moment, for the Dark Angel range release, I think it's interesting because I don't think we're going to see new Deathwing Terminator sculpts. No. I think those are going to stay as they are, which is a shame because obviously the scale is going to be out of sync with the new miniatures. And I know that a lot of Deathwing players are going to want to get those new Terminators to put in their army because they're gorgeous and they're beautiful scale. So it's going to be an interesting thing for the Deathwing players because obviously there are very specific Deathwing units, Deathwing Knights, and obviously the Deathwing Terminator kit with very specific loadouts that you can tinker with from a Deathwing perspective that you're now going to potentially be looking at going, oh, I still have to use the old kits for those. Or I'm going to have to do some kit bashing where I buy both and smush them together or whatever, which is interesting. I'm interested as well to imagine what other Terminator kits might get discontinued as a result. Do we still see Wolfguard, for example? Do Wolfguard go? Like, do they kill off the Wolfguard Terminator kit? Blood Angel Terminators, I think, is a guaranteed they're gone. Like, I don't think because they're like direct order now anyway. I can't foresee them keeping that Blood Angel Terminator kit in rotation. But they might. I mean, it'd be lovely if they did because actually it's a really underrated kit. I think the Blood Angel Terminator kit is one of those ones that I'm sorely tempted to purchase, if I'm honest with you, because I think it's a really unique, beautiful box of cool Terminator bits that you can't find anywhere else. Are you even familiar with, Phil, or remember the Blood Angel Terminators?
No, I probably need to look it up.
Oh, flipping heck. So basically, the Blood Angel Terminator box came out, crikey, a long time ago. So do you remember they did a tactical squad for the Blood Angels?
Yes, because we talked about it for a while when it disappeared.
Yes, yeah, because they got rid of it because obviously they were like, well, what purpose does this serve? It's clearly kind of surplus to requirements. We'll put that in the... we're just going to basically stick that in the void. But yeah, the Blood Angel Terminator kit.
So they're the assault squad. I'm just looking at the image now, right?
No. So that is oh no, maybe they are just an assault squad. Yes, they are. Yes.
But they do have a specific molded banner ancient.
They do
for Blood Angels. Yeah. So potentially it could be that because obviously I think assault Terminators need to come as well down the line, but probably not straight away. So maybe you'll see more. It'd be interesting if there be specific chapter upgrades for Terminator kits, or for the shields on the assault Terminators, or the banner ancient for Terminators, maybe.
But the reason why these exist, as far as I can remember, is Space Hulk was doing really well. Loads of people were buying Space Hulk to get the Blood Angel Terminator kits out of it and then make them usable for 40k. So Games Workshop very understandably went, oh, Blood Angel Terminators are popular. Let's give them their own Blood Angel Terminator kit.
I could also imagine lots of people got into Blood Angels because of Space Hulk, or people who've already got the Blood Angel Terminators from Space Hulk want more to make a small army. So they've gone, yeah, cool, here's some extra Blood Angel Terminators you can make so you can got a cool little Terminator force.
Yeah. But yeah, I love that old Blood Angel Terminator Assault Squad. Turns out they are temporarily out of stock online, which probably means they're already dead. I'm guessing that those are going the way of the dodo very soon.
Well, temporarily out of stock just means they're still selling them, but they've run out because they're popular. Because I think everyone's snatching up Terminators at the moment because they either just want them or they want the old ones to finish off older collections, maybe. So yeah, it'd be interesting. I'm sure, yeah, they might stick around for a bit longer, but yeah, they might disappear as well.
Quite possibly. But yeah, I think the Blood Angel Terminator kit is probably not long for this world. And I don't know about Wolfguard. I think Wolfguard might stay the test, but maybe not for too much longer. It'd be really interesting to see if they do like upgrade sprues or like they did for Black Templars. Or like they did for Cadians, but for the Terminator box set. So there's a Wolfguard upgrade kit or a Blood Angel one or whatever. That'd be amazing.
That feels like money left on the table if they don't do that. An easy way to make those new kits sort of go further. So like I said, they don't need to completely redo those kits. I mean, you could potentially even do a Deathwing one, right?
Yes, 100%. Which I would love. I think that'd be a really cool thing. But yeah, anyway, yeah, so the Terminator stuff, we'll wait and see how that rolls. But yeah, I don't think we'll get a new Terminator kit necessarily for the Deathwing stuff, because I think they'll leave them there. I think probably on the Dark Angel front, if we're looking at any other Dark Angel stuff, we're probably going to look at new characters. And I assume that they'll probably look at Asmodai and Ezekiel before anyone else. I think Belial would be super cool if we got a Belial. Because obviously Belial's the Terminator dude, so a new Belial would be wicked. But I would imagine that they need to probably do Ezekiel and then Asmodai long before they look at those Samael and Belial.
Is it Ezekiel who's on the bike, or is that
Samael's on the bike?
Oh,
Ezekiel is the Terminator guy.
Okay.
Sorry. Samael is on the bike. Belial is the Terminator guy.
Right.
Ezekiel is the librarian. Asmodai is the chaplain.
Okay.
There you go. And Lazarus is the master / captain that they did for some reason.
The Primaris one.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Which I feel like probably just needs to get killed off. I think there you go. There's a character for the death list. Slap old Lazarus on there.
But he'll come back from the dead.
Oh, that's true. There you go. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, it's interesting on the Dark Angels front. Yeah, but no, anyway, yeah, so the thing I would like to see if they did Blood Angel units, though, is, yeah, definitely, as you say, I think, yeah, Sangard and Death Company would be awesome. But I would just like to actually just see them revisit the way they paint Death Company for the studio, because actually I think the way that they've got it on this Dante base is kind of cool, and I think it's
that'd be really interesting.
Which is more indicative of what you would imagine it is, right? You got this loopy Blood Angel that isn't going to get like told what to do. It's running off, going crazy. It's like, okay, cool. We've just etched an X on him somewhere and sent him off. It's sort of it's a little bit more kind of functional than,
true. Do you think they've also gone, this will be a lot easier for people to paint on, that they can do a little rough X rather than trying to like stencil or freehand these like really pristine crosses on shoulder pads? Like, it's fine if it was like embossed and, you can paint it that way, but if it's not and you got to freehand it, it's like really difficult. So they've gone, it'll be a messily hand painted looking thing, which I think in itself is also quite hard to do, to look realistically hand painted at that scale, if that makes sense. But yeah, probably easier than freehanding some crosses. Yeah,
for sure. The other thing I'd love to see for Blood Angels, though, is I'd love the Bowl Predator to be good again. Phil's yawning, everybody. Give him a second.
No, I was doing my thumbs up as well. Yeah, no, I agree. Do you think it would be a Bowl Predator or would it be a Bowl Gladiator?
Oh,
the Primarisified version.
I mean, here's the thing, though, right? I suppose if you did a Bowl Gladiator, what would you do? Because obviously, a Gladiator already is pretty similar to a Bowl Predator. At least the one with the twin Gatling cannons is pretty similar to an assault cannon Bowl Predator. So I guess you go for the Flamer variant because there's not a Flamer specific
Oh yeah, the top turret. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so a flame stormy. One would be pretty cool, I guess, if you were going to.
They could also do a librarian redemptor dreadnought, which is weirdly in the rules for Crusade already, but never realised in a datasheet of any kind, which is a shame.
I think they need to do away with the librarian dreadnought. I don't necessarily. I think it's always been a bit of a problem unit for the game, because there's always real danger of them letting it get out of step. Like, I think we've had a lot of instances where librarian dreadnoughts have been really strong. I sort of feel it's like something either all Space Marines should have access to, because I think in the lore they do, but Blood Angels just have more of, or as you say, they shouldn't have, but Chaos Dreadnoughts should have a Psyker version to make the distinction more between Space Marines and Chaos. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think the Librarian Dreadnought to me definitely should have just become generically available, but I think when you look at the Brutalis and the Redemptor at this moment in time, obviously the Brutalis fulfills many of the functions of the Furioso / Death Company Dread, and the Redemptor is your sort of standard Dreadnought pattern, which also could be a Furioso, because you could always do with a Furioso Dreadnought a weapon, a gun, and a Dreadnought close combat weapon. Those options were available to you. So I think as far as I'm looking at it, I think it would be cool, at least within the Blood Angels initially, for them to get just something. Because at the moment, there's only the Black Templar range, which is phenomenal. God bless that exists. I love that range. It's fantastic. But there's literally the Black Templar range and then the Victrix Honor Guard, and that is literally it for unique Primaris chapter miniatures, as far as I can remember, other than the characters, obviously. But
yes, Well, I think we've had a good solid few years now, or dare I say, even editions of just generic Primaris, that they're now feeling like brave and confident enough to go out and start exploring those more chapter specific stuff. Because if they had done like out the gate, here's a bunch of Ultramarine stuff. Okay, they did, because I had the Victrix Honor Guard. But it was literally just that, and that was kind of with Marnus Calgar. But if they had done that while everyone was like, where's my generic, Primaris units, then that would have annoyed people more. Although saying that, there's still a bunch of wildly popular units that aren't Primaris yet, like Jump Pack Marines.
How crazy is it that we've gone 6 years of Primaris and they've not yet done Jump Pack Marines?
Well, I guess the answer is they have, because they've done Inceptors. So every Primaris unit really so far has been a different take on an existing unit, or a completely different unit. They haven't ever really done like for like. The closest I think was like the Scouts versus like the not Inceptors, the sniper guys, right? They were the closest, and like the Infiltrators or Incursors are most similar to like the Scout units in terms of like for like. But everything else has been pretty much a completely new unit. I mean, obviously some of the vehicles are a bit more comparable, like the Impulsors, a bit like a Rhino, and stuff like that. And obviously the Redemptor. So those are a bit closer, whereas I feel like they've definitely tried to make more of a distinction between Firstborn and Primaris, but it feels like now we're getting into that era of it's all the same, it doesn't matter. So maybe they'll start leaning more into, it's effectively replacing. So here's some true scale Jump Pack Assault Marines in the style of Primaris, but maybe they don't call anything Primaris anymore, so it doesn't really matter. And then, but whether those old kits still stay around or they get phased out in favour of those new like-for-like kits, that'll be another conversation for another time, I'm sure.
Indeed. Last thing to talk about on this outro segment, unless, of course, you had any burning issues you wanted to cover. The new Lieutenant. I mean...
Oh, yeah.
So we're recording on Monday, the 3rd of April. So there may be other things revealed during the week that we're not talking about here, but we may talk about in our 10th edition segment that we are recording after this. But on today, Monday the 3rd, they have revealed the new Primaris Lieutenant, which is a Tyrannid or Tyrannic War veteran miniature. What's the vibe?
Armor.
And Phobos armor, yes. Well, obviously we've had Primaris Lieutenants in Phobos armor already, so that's nothing new.
But only one, right?
No, 2.
Was it 2? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had the one with loads of knives, and then we had the one with one knife.
Yeah, because one was throwing a grenade or something, wasn't he?
He was up on top of a thing with a knife with a smoke grenade going off at his feet.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
But he was more of a Reaver style visual, and then the other one was more of a what's the name of the troop choice with the knives and the Incursors?
There's Incursors, Infiltrators.
Yes, it would be more
which
of an
is the same
Incursor
box,
style.
and then say Reavers, which are the poor man's unit, even though it's a fantastic looking kit in comparison to Incursors.
It would be nice if Reavers get good soon, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I like it. It looks cool. I like the Tyrannic War veteran vibe. I wonder if I hope the whole squad will look like that. Because that'd be cool. It would be odd if it's maybe just one model has got the kind of Tyrannic War aesthetic and nothing else does. I thought his combi bolter flamer looked a bit odd. But that's just because me and modern combi weapons look a bit odd, I think. But yeah, ultimately, he seems cool. I know loads of people are going to complain like, oh yes, it's another lieutenant. We don't need any more. However, my counter argument is I do want to see one of everything in every armor pattern. So yeah, an apothecary should be in Gravis armor, but there should also be a Phobos one as well. And there should be a chaplain in Gravis and Phobos, and there should be a librarian in Gravis and Phobos, and I guess Terminator as well now. So, and then the regular generic one. So you got Gravis, Phobos, the generic tactical Mark 10, and then Terminator armor. That's right. So that's 4 different variants of armor that every single character should be in. That's a lot of options, basically.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, for me, he looks fine. He's every bit a Space Marine. I've seen Space Marines before. This looks like a Space Marine. I don't love the blood details on the blade. I think they're a bit clunky. I think that is always a sort of design choice that I kind of prefer to have given to me as an option as a kind of painter. I'd prefer if I can add my own gore as is necessary.
Your Yoo-hoo glue, tinted red or purple in this case, maybe.
Yeah, but it's always just a bit too, it's weird. Sometimes Games Workshop get this stuff really good. So, I don't know, if you look at, the Auric War Clans, Iron Jaws, Shaman, and their plume of smoke that's coming out at the top of their staff, that to me is an example of that's cool. Right, that works in that context. There are many other examples of their kind of atmospheric effects working well, but yeah, these blood drops aren't really kind of singing to me.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not a deal breaker. The other thing is I will also definitely 100% clip off the antenna from his helmet. That has to go. And that's another interesting thing about this miniature, by the way, is its relative lack of antenna, because if it is essentially in the vein of a infiltrator, it hasn't got all of the gubbins that normally goes on an infiltrator's backpack, which is kind of interesting. So they've dialed back the comms, antennae that usually kind of litter the backpack of the infiltrators, nor does it have the aim assist, sight thing that is on the Incursors. So it's nice to see that they've not given him too much stuff on the on the backpack. They've just kept it
that's
pretty
true.
generic.
Do you know what else they've done that's, as far as I'm aware, 100% unique on this model that isn't on any of the other Primaris Marines?
I mean, they've put Tyranid bits on him.
Oh, that's also true. No, something else. Same with, I point out with the Terminators, it's the belt buckles, everyone. You got to look at the belt buckles. He's got a completely unique, chunky belt buckle.
That's true. Also,
which is very odd, because it's not the generic Primaris one. Literally everyone has.
Also, just to say, and this is a real weird thing that I pick up on sometimes, is he's got the helmet grill of a standard Primaris helmet. So he's got the helmet grill of a Mark 10 Space Marine rather than Phobos armor.
Yeah, I'm sure they've done that on another piece as well.
They have, yeah. So they did it on the Phobos Librarian. He has it. And they've also did it on the one of the other Phobos lieutenants as well.
Yeah, which is weird because they do have like the sergeant of the infiltrators has a half helm with the right piece on.
Oh yeah, as does the eliminators as well. So the sniper squad have the right like lower face mask piece.
But odd that sometimes they get it wrong. Do you think that's like a copy paste error, or just someone not knowing what correct Phobos armor he should have? Or they've just gone, it just looks better aesthetically, so this is what we're going to go with, even though, as you say, yeah, the wrong helmet type.
Yeah, I mean, I assert that it will be that they think that design looks better. Weirdly, if they do think that, I actually think they're wrong. I actually think the Phobos armor looks best when it's got the half mask thing on it. I think that's, I mean, maybe not so much in the instance of the infiltrator sergeant guy, because I think the paint job kind of makes that sort of look a bit odd. But in the case of the eliminator specifically, I really like the kind of respirator-esque mask as a kind of face mask component.
Yeah, it sort of feels like he's meant to have the infiltrator helmet, because the infiltrators have the one aerial on their left-hand side, which is what he's got. But as you say, he's got the different respirator. I mean, it could be he's a war veteran. He's just stolen a helmet off of a fallen comrade because his got lost, maybe. Maybe that's the story behind it. But then, as you say, everything else is, bar the belt buckle, generically Phobos pattern.
But still, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it is a Primaris Space Marine miniature. It ticks all the usual boxes that you would associate with it. But yeah, it's just interesting that even though it is a infiltrator or incursor, that it doesn't adorn any of the backpack additions, and is just it's almost like, to me, it almost looks like the evolution of the lieutenant from Shadow Spear as well, though, right? So there was that specific lieutenant miniature that came in Shadow Spear, and that had the same grill that that this guy adorns. I don't think, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think you can now buy the contents of Shadow Spear, unless I'm entirely wrong. Has that become like a...
yeah, I think it became its own box set at one point. Upgrade sprue that you could get, because that was the only way you could buy the was it the ones with big auto cannons, and they're available, I think, now. So no, you can still get him in the Combat Patrol box set. So just looking at him now, yeah, I mean, basically, this dude is remarkably similar as a miniature to this fella here. So they could be linked narratively, potentially, probably not. But yeah, awfully similar. Yeah, I mean, that's something they did do. Like with Tycho, it was a model that evolved predominantly more through White Dwarf, that one, but you did see different iterations of it and it evolve. Obviously they've done that with Calgar as well, going from, regular marine armor to Terminator armor and then to his, current armor. So it would be interesting if they did that kind of little evolution, even weirdly just with like lieutenant models. My one nitpick about lieutenants is that they always make so many of them, but and they even in the rules make it that you can take multiples, because it's like for every one slots in your detachment you can take 2. So it's like there's encouragement there that you're meant to have 1 captain, 2 lieutenants, and I just sort of wish they would, or make lieutenants good enough that you would take 2 of them, because it feels like thematically that's how you're meant to see them on the battlefield. So interestingly, with the Dreadblade Harrows on my Nighthaunt army, they come in a box of 2 and you kind of have to take them. Actually, no, you can take them separately, but they come in a box of 2. And that was your choice. Whereas it feels like with them and like with lieutenants, they just come as 2. Like you buy one, get one free. Make you have to take them both for every captain model that you have. It would be so much cooler, I think, and explain why everyone has to own so many of them.
Yeah. I've heard it said that some people have opted to use the lieutenant miniatures to create squads of 5. For allies purposes, to kind of represent, a kind of almost movie marine style presentation of Space Marines.
I see.
So some people have uttered that is a solid option, and I don't disagree. I think that's actually a really cool plan. Like, I think if you were going to add 5 Space Marines to an allied detachment, immediately this would be in the days where you could take one of those HQ detachment that's just made up exclusively of HQs. But yeah, you can take 5 or 6 lieutenants in a legal army because you get 2 per entry. And then they all operate individually, which I suppose also would define or, showcase that kind of squad mentality. And obviously you can arm them with mastercrafted
different loadouts
guns,
for each one.
And then you give them different loadouts. So you can obviously have like the sergeant, but you could just have 4 with mastercrafted mastercrafted bolt guns, but then you could also give them maybe an additional weapon on that now as well. You could definitely do some cool, like, customization to depict more of a kind of elite adaptation of Space Marines, which would be nice. I mean, I'd support that as an idea. I think that's pretty cool. So
I've just realised there's another mark of or type of armour that every character needs to be in, and that's the Blade Guard armour. The Blade Guard armour, yes. Because they've got the Ancient and they've got the Chaplain. Was it the Chaplain was in Blade Guard? It wasn't really, but it was part of that Indomitus set, so it's got a very similar vibe, I think. But obviously you had the Blade Guard Ancient, but yeah, that's another one to throw in the mix. But you did have a Blade Guard Lieutenant. That's what I was thinking of.
Well, there we go. And you did get a Blade Guard Captain as well.
Yes, yeah, you do.
All the things. But there we go, guys. Thus concludes another episode of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. We hope you enjoyed it. We certainly did, even though we haven't finished recording it at the point that I'm saying these words. But I'm sure it will be fine when we finally get it done. Don't you, Phil?
I'm sure it will be.
Exactly.
And if not, it's Dan's fault. Indeed.
All right, cool. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
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 And I can get no peace. sleeves